disclaimer for me, everything for educational purposes here today on the early bird pre-market. Concentrate on the charts. I might not upload the video right now of me in the corner. We'll just concentrate on the charts there. Let's see if this... Well, let me know if I'm too glitchy anyway, and we'll see how it goes from there. So Pixie, keeping an eye on Pixie right now. What have I got? I have Pixie right here. Yeah, it's probably close to... So it went straight into liquidity pool up here. That was it. Oh, very close here. What have I got here? Short from... I'm short from 535. So up here, 535, and where's my trade caster gone, boys? There you are. Give me a ping in the chat if you are in. Put you over there. All right. So, yeah, Pixie in from 533. It was just a sell side liquidity pool from the last run up. So, from this high there, that was its benchmark previously, and that's where it kind of topped out there, just about $7. That was when it run day before yesterday. Come down to this low that it based out of, so that's my liquidity pool there. So oftentimes on the backside of this, it can run up into that area and grab some liquidity in the first line of defense up there, which is there's 3 lines of defense up here, and this is what it has done so far. Now, and as we seem to be heading on up there, 490 from 530, and this buy side liquidity pool didn't catch it, so I'm just wary. I might see if I can get a little bit of rejection right now, otherwise I'll try and cover some of this. So right now this is a buy side liquidity pool sitting right there, so we literally just tacked into that, and I nudge it up 1 cent there to recognize that we took the first level. And then I want to know right now if we need to come back to this sell side. So ideally we won't, because I'm short and I haven't taken anything off yet. I haven't quite grabbed that, have I? Yeah, so all I keep doing is working these pulls up and down, looking at the benchmarks. The benchmarks should be good for kind of indicating an end of trend or a high probability of end of trend per session, right? So one in pre-market, one in the normal session, and one in the after hours. And then there's a daily one, which is a kind of a long-term one. All right, so currently up. Just took. Only got 500 shares because it didn't really push up high enough to double top. There were 3 pushes. Okay, we're coming down into the liquidity pool here. Now let's see where we are going. Where are the lows from? Where do we come from? Okay, so we come from this kind of $3 area. If I'm taking the whole move here, if I took the very low to the very high, then I'd have a lower pool to rest in down here. Okay, so that's ultimately where I think the stock will kind of rest, as it's been down and down and down and down and down. So if this is bottoming out, I'd still expect the stock to kind of rest here. Similar from this day, it still carries on over. It's still looking in the same place and seems like it wants to rest in that area. So I'm currently up nearly 500 on this play, 500 short there. Why can't I see my entries on this? Let's see if I've switched the account, have I? Yeah, so currently here you can see, oops, I'm short from 535. So I got in right up here, took a little heat there, and then come back. So now looking for that, yeah, really to come back from where we come from. If we can push past here down, we're definitely going to the lower liquidity pool, but I'll be looking to get some off very, very shortly. That is a prop firm account, by the way. There's a prop firm account. We trade the pool. Let's have a look, see if we've got anything else on here. Okay, so coming right into that level now, right in, we're coming down here into, we could see 430 on this, but we've got these moving averages. I don't know if anyone's out of bed yet in the US, but that's normally a level they like to play. Okay, so they'd look for red to green move here to push on back up. But, you know, if they're not there to play, if the retail are not out to play this morning, then they may not be there already. So that's now 500 up on this play, and we're in the middle. That target down there, it really is the kind of middle of my range there where I'd look to take some off. So let's take some of this off. So let's get that for a spread of 4 here. Right, let's just see if this rejects the backside of this moving average here, or whether we do get a red to green here. I was hoping we wouldn't get a red to green move because of how early it is, but nevertheless it's probably good practice to take some off here. We've got 10 seconds left on this candle. See if we can't close it red. 3, 2, 1. Okay, no, it's up on there, so let's cover some off here. Okay, so there again, I've covered some off of that trade. And just left a little runner on if it wants to go. I can add to that if it pulls back up, right? So now where we've got to is we've had kind of a pullback here that didn't come back and get my perfect entry. Give me a shout if there's anything else on watch, guys. I'll take a look. So didn't quite get that 537. If it had come back to 543 and held, I would have added. It still might have been the same price because I'd like to see rejection off that level. But it didn't go there anyway. So then ultimately just been tracking this down, move across to here, then ultimately the whole swing now moves then down to hit, and that's the thing. These are aggressive liquidity pools, so they are not resting orders on level 2. You'll not see them on level 2. They will come in as market orders in between, so you'll only see them on the tape. You'll see them not as green or red if that's your normal settings. You'll see them as white or black, which means in between, and they hit and you just don't see them. So that's, you know, that's it. That's why when you're looking on the tape down here, there were no buyers and there's no sellers. We've literally got about 100 buyers on the tape here. Now there's 1,000 there's 1,000 now at 450. Now 2,000 at 559, 459. But you know, it's not the same as when you drill into these liquidity pools and then you hear the activity on the tape coming out. And we still get that in pre-market sometimes. We have to kind of lower the expectations of our volume in pre-market, but it's still there. So the point is, there is no volume. You know, this might look like it's huge volume, but it's not. It's the reason it runs like that is because it's running on no volume. It's sketchy volume as the way it moves up. There's gaps in it, and because of the gaps in price, then like you can see from the moment, there's no orders from 467 to 472, for example. So if it jumps, it can just jump up there straight away, and then the sellers can push it down instantly. So that's why you get these nice moves in the pre-market, and everything's been happening in the pre-market at the moment. So that's why I'm here this morning, basically, is because all the action is happening right now. So we're going to have a look for something else. So right now I've got two things to look at, right? This swing will have its own pull. So if we take this guy up here, plot that there, LiquiVision gives us our sell side liquidity sitting here again. So we should have sell side liquidity that's defended. Now, if that isn't defended and we use up all three pulls, which is top, middle and bottom effectively, then 482 would be, a close above 482 would see us push to 514. And that's what we're looking out for now. So right now I've taken most of the position off and 3/4 of the position is out, and I am now waiting for an add if possible, else I'm happy to run up. So again, I'm aware that what stocks do, let's try and have a look. Let's have a look over here. So what stocks do is if they're going to go up, they generally, or down, they miss the first. They don't come and get the liquidity because they've worked it enough. They don't need to come back for it, right? So that's kind of a higher probability. Sometimes they pinch back straight away, but that's kind of a final look in before it goes the other way. So then you have to track the next one up, and that next one up becomes there, right? And it's worked there. But nevertheless, this one here, from that point there up, becomes its own pull. Now this one obviously just dipped below a bit, but you know, generally if it works a little bit below, that's fine, and then comes out above. And then you can see the fact that we ignored this one that was sitting down here is now we've run pre-market. So that's an expectation of what post-market indication can give us for the pre-market. Excuse me. Secondly, if I'm going to look at an area down here and I'll pull that up there and like we get to a benchmark. So I've now got a benchmark up there. This is this red zone. Actually, I'll move it to yellow so you can see them. So if I mark my benchmark levels up here as yellow, so that's where I'd expect some reversal. But because we've been holding buy zones, there's no reason why this buy zone can't be held for another push up. So that's what I'm aware of. Yes, we hit sell side liquidity. Anything else is possible after we hit the target. So this is our first target. This guy would be a second target down here. So $4, $3.6, $3.70, even $3.45, depending on the price action on the way down there. So you can see now, for example, we've just tacked into that sell side liquidity pool. Okay, so I could add some here if I can get in, and I've missed that. Okay, so it hasn't filled me there. If it comes back, maybe I'll get filled. But the reason I've got to be careful is this could hold, right? And it may be that these guys are not here today, but that's still a swing up, right? We've still gone from pull to pull. So if we're going from pull to pull, then we have to keep drawing these. You don't have to, right? You can just hold on to it. You can do whatever you want to do in terms of managing the position. I like to use these stair-stepping moving averages, and so long as we don't really close like a clear candle above them, I'm happy to kind of stay in. But generally, that's my thesis, is saying that if a sell side liquidity pool holds, then we should continue down. Here we can get trapped when you go sideways or you range. It's because you're trapped between two of these hidden pools. Morning, Hanish. How you doing, mate? Oh, I didn't hear the audio there when that pinged off. Let me just check the mixer. The sound mixer is good. Output to headset. That's all good. Let's check the volume. Hanish, ping me something else in the chat, would you please? I just want to check that I'm hearing your pings when you do. All right, so listen, that's Pixie. So if we get a close up above here at 480, I'll probably take the rest of that position off because we got in at 533, 535. So you can see what has happened there, right? We've tipped into that, we tipped into this, and now we're pushing again. So the fact that even in the overnight we've held buy side liquidity pools all the way, and here we're holding buy side liquidity. Here most recently we've held buy side liquidity. And what we're looking for is sell side liquidity to take over. Now we didn't come and get this one from the first push down, so we might need to come and get it now we've had the second push down. But right now what is key is, can this sell side liquidity hold? And if it, like I said, closes above 480, chances are you're going back to 513, and then it's whether or not we've got another short on our hands, or we're going to look to take out the higher benchmark. Which one did we do? Yes, we just tacked it into the lowest part. Let's bring that down. So we tacked it here, and I throw these on, so sometimes they're a few cents off, or even 50 cents off. You know, you can get some, when you get something like this, a sell side liquidity pool with a benchmark in the middle, it can spike above no problem. You know, there's even a normal level that people would be looking at back from however many days or weeks ago up there, but generally I don't look left, so I just play the benchmarks. All right, so that's Pixie. All right, so we've just had a green to red in that sell side liquidity pool, and it's just which one's going to win. And this is where we can just meander down until the open, right? If that's the move for the pre-market, we can just mess about here, and it might not be worth wasting our time with, or it might be, a good buy opportunity, because what we've had is, when we said down here, what I'm expecting them all to still be in bed, but that red to green move where we close above that red bar there is you're in a buy side liquidity pool, you're at long. We know their stops are going to be under here at 432, which there is more liquidity down here, 425. So the question is, do we come and get it? So I've added up there. Okay, so we will see what works there. Now, so Pixie, Z car. I've got a Z car. What's Z car? Zoom Car Holdings. Oh, it's been there and done that on the 160 again. That's probably, yeah, benchmark 2 up there on the play from yesterday. So that was a good sell for 20 cents. $3 to $4, $2, $3, $4 is a nice area for these sales. These shorts in the morning. WB just shouted out on my scanner. Sketchy. Very low. Daily.
WB.
Catalyst. Is it an earnings play?
WB.
Have they already reported? Is it a PM report? No, that's a morning report. Before the market open, but I haven't got any info on it right now. No, I haven't got it reported yet. It's been a miss every time so far. Every quarter has been a miss so far. Okay, fair enough. So WB's up there, 10.30. Nice runs up, pulling back to all of this. Bring some LiquiVision over here. Given though it's WB that's getting called out to me.
WB.
So I've kind of got two levels here. Yes, I think this is going to throw me up 4 benchmarks. So I've got, but this is the one that looks really clear and looks like everything has been holding well. And the other one is a little lesser, but it's gonna throw a level in around 1150, and the other levels are not really. What price we got right now? Oh, AUD is going again, is it? Right, so that's what I'm marking up on WB. We'll put that on the watch today. Let's have a look where we are on the 1 minute on that lot. Wow, why didn't it come across? Where is it all? Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing. Now I should be able to see it, right? Yeah. Okay, so you can see they're the levels I've got. Doesn't really matter what happens where, but this one has got room all the way up to 13. And if I was to look at the pre-market volume for today, this has literally just been stair-stepping up. So nice. Look at that on the... Look at that. That is a sign of a stock that's just loving life, right? It's so you can see here, when we break out of this manipulation zone down here, the best trade, if you know about it, so if it pops up on your scanner on the 5th of March, that's the one where you can say, right, I'm going to take that low to high. And whether I get near or close, because obviously missing, not coming into the pool. Yeah, see that? Touch. 8 feet. That's the best trade you can take, because you can literally put a stop under there at 836 and hope it breaks 890. And if you close above 890, then you've got target 1, target 2, target 3. Now, that's the benchmark. There's a higher probability that this benchmark can see a correction to the downside. However, small caps love benchmark 2. This is the thin ones are benchmark 2s. So this could push to 11, 11, 12. But a lot of the time you can hit benchmark 1 in pre-market, drop to a buy-side liquidity pool, which would currently reside on that lowest print to the highest print, all the way down here. So this could come back all the way to 980s before it pushes off to anything else. Not a benchmark, is it? Yes, we're just looking. It's not sell side. What am I doing, you crazy man? So right now, there's no movement on the stock. Literally nothing moving at all, but we've got it on there. Let's have a look at SOUN. That seems to be popping up as well. No, it's popping up to, it's already done. That was a nice short last night in the post market. It ran up, tested its sell side liquidity and came off. Excuse me. CCTG. All right. Okay, CCTG. Oh, we're too late for that one. That's my perfect play right there. I don't know where the benchmark's going to be on this guy. Let me draw it up. So just going on pre-market. Sorry, post-market. Damn. Yeah, so just going on post-market really, yeah, from these lows. Actually, from the lows of yesterday. Look. No, hold on. It is the low from yesterday to the close of yeah, there you go. So taking into account closes, and you can see these pushes in, just missed this one, push in, ignore that benchmark, go straight up there to benchmark number 2, and that's where we're at. So that's where I'd feel comfortable, because we hit that benchmark number 2. Then what I'm looking for is that quick push up, and the fact they can't make it into the first sell side liquidity pool. Now, like I said, sometimes you don't quite get there because it doesn't need it right up there, but a lot of times you do, and that's the perfect short to take at $5, and you're already down at $4.35. Now, let's have a look here. What's going on? So what I'm going to do, because Pixie is running again, so I'll put that on. But the difference is right now, I'd really need to see this whole swing taken up. So I'd need to see this, and I don't know whether we're going to get it. So if that's our next sell side. And our buy side will be the run up from this touch. For buy side. Alright, so that's where my buy side is. Got sell side up there. If we are going to rest, i.e. take the whole move, there's going to be another one just below. Alright, so just for your guide, we can have two targets down here, all the way between 4 and 340 in terms of targets for the sell side. But it would be beautiful. We've just used this one, look. The most aggression is at that top one, but we've just used this one. So we know, again, we haven't come back from that one yet. It's the whole swing. But currently the micro pulls are working. So we peak in, come out. So my guess is this is going to work its way down to 414 or close to. And we'll see what happens. But not here quite early enough to get that one. So Pixie, what is Pixie looking for? So is Pixie doing the same? So yeah, so Pixie has broken its sell side liquidity most recent, its micro level. So the one it's looking for is now the whole swing from the top to the bottom. Okay. So the question is, does it want to come all the way back up there? It can just test, obviously, its previous, that'll be normal support and resistance kind of thing, but I always like to use them in conjunction with these pulls for my entries. But there's every chance. So I'm still in this. I added down there, didn't I? So I'm still in this play right now. So if we get below 458, we've got a chance of coming back down here to 4. What else we got popping up here? So CCTG, Sound and Pixie. As AUUD hasn't taken another look up, has it? Alright, popped. Where's that come from? Okay, so not a great deal left on that. If we get down to 295, there's not a great deal of money left on that, so unless that goes any higher. T-Con was one from the other day that looked like it was trying to perk. So is it now coming back for... Oh, it's a continuation. All right, so it's a continuation of a pop from yesterday and the day before. So a nice trend here. I'm looking at cents, not dollars. Let's see where we've got anywhere on T-Con short side. Daily. No. Okay, benchmark 2 up here at 110, 118. Benchmark 1 in it. We are in it. The accumulation area was down there between 10 and 20. So, yes is the answer. We can look for shorts. I rather like these to be up at $3, $2, $3, but it's doing its thing. It's doing its thing. So aggressively, so if that the previous high we done here down to this low here, that low right there, that's our first sell side liquidity.
Plug.
So if we can stay under that and work our way and close beneath these stair-stepping moving averages here, all the while we're in the middle of them, or just, you know, coming in and coming out, that uptrend continues aggressively. If we close below here, then there's the chance to go down to 50 or down to 37. All right, so volumes run out. There's no halts in pre-market generally. Might get some warrant halts and stuff like that, but generally there's market makers not out and about right now. They're going to switch on about 8 EST, which is why it's nice, right? You can't trade these these all get halted. Like I said, there's not enough volume to consider a halt. So Pixie still up there at the moment, looking to see if we cannot come back down to the lows and make some money on our ad. It's still in the money because obviously we've got in at 533 on that. So T-Con looking good, but I'm just not seeing any movement here considering these 1 minute bars. Oh my God, what am I talking about? Let's try looking at the 1 minute and not the 1 hour. All right. Okay. Well, same concept. Same concept works. So here, look, on the 1 minute from the overnight. So the close to the overnight, you can see we had this kind of sell side liquidity in. And didn't quite come up and get it until the pre-market. The pre-market has double topped into yesterday's high. So there's a clear level there. On the hourly, that is a pullback and a close under the sell side liquidity pool. And no one seems interested right now. Let's get that off because that's done. No one seems interested right now in aggressively shorting this in pre-market, even after the pump. So we'll wait and see if we can push back up to 70, 72 cents. And if we can do that, we could see it drop. Else, I don't know what everyone else would be looking at. Was probably this. So I'd like to see a pop to 72 and a drop to 50. So from where it came from, if this was to fade all day, I need a smaller time frame. Oh wow, that would be a beautiful fade if we got that today. So it's resting buy side liquidity and it can sit in here for days and weeks. Would be down there at 35. Now its most recent, we would have to play off of this push down on the open yesterday. I'm going to go to the close of yesterday and go right there. All right. So there's our poppers right now. So let's put an alert on here up at 69. Why not? And an alert just under this trend line here at 64 in case it doesn't need that liquidity up there. just so we get alerted. We'll put Tcon on now. I didn't realise that was such a nice move up. What did GXI do yesterday? Is it still hanging on? Oh no, it faded. It faded right off. And so that's what I mean about buy-side liquidity pool, where it can reside for days, right? You come from that pre-market up to there. That area there is somewhere where GXI can rest for days, or it can work itself out, like today. It could work itself out of there today. So it's already closed above and working. The question is it holding newer? If you have a look at these levels here, is it holding newer buy-side liquidity? And the answer is yes for that swing, and yes for this swing. Well, at the moment, it's right. This is the most recent one that we can say is holding right now. So if GXAI wants to come back, and this is probably for later today, if GXI wants to make a comeback, its target is going to be, that's what it's got to deal with up there, 12.47, 14. It's currently at 7. So even an attack at that level, or an attempt at that level working from these lows, is a good buy. You could literally put your stop down there at 7.40, and if you close above 8, well, you can take it now, right? But you stop down here, or you stop under there, whatever the best risk is for you. Generally, if this most recent one fails, it will come down to either 7.25 or 6.47. That's the difference. So why would you just cut it and then add down here if you want another buy, right? So that's it. Have we got anything above? I think we did, yeah. So there's something up at 30 here on GXAI. It's an AI play, so it can do what it wants. But that is it. So mark those levels up on your chart for later today, knowing that there's a few things you can do on this play. We can work our way out of it and come to this level and then come back off. We could work our way up to this level, crash through it, and then double top in the benchmark a little bit further in and then come off. And all you need to do to determine what's happening is look at what the price action does in this level. Okay? And if we're just pushing, we break above and close above, you might come back, you might not, and off to the next level. Then do the same for this. You're watching price action. If you see a big rejection bar in there and an attempt to go up again and it fails, then you can short. Same with this one. The other option is literally you're working through the whole thing. So Pixie's trying to come down again. You're working through the whole thing. It comes up, works its way through here, comes back, works its way through here, comes back, aggressive gap to the top side, and that's when you can look for rejection. Even, you know, you can get an exhaustive pop back down, retest, foul, and then you can come all the way back down here. So that's kind of how these things can. But that's the three options. The last option is of course nothing. All right. The last option is you do nothing, and we just work your way into the buy side liquidities for some days or weeks until it appears on the scanner again, or it gets another catalyst, whichever. All right. Yeah. Okay. And share the noise. Am I using hotkeys? What for? Not hearing my alerts. Oh, they're off. No, they're not. They're on. All right, now. What you guys gone? Right, next up, what do we got? Let's just have a quick look back at Pixie. Where's my Pixie gone? I do have it somewhere on here. Let's type it in, call it back. Okay, so what have we done on Pixie? So Pixie, yeah, so we've topped into that. Let's get this back down to a 1 minute. So just above, come back down to it, double topped into this level here. Went to a VWAP play, that's fine. So this level's now gone. The level that is now being played, this one held, so that's finished. Now we're coming up to buy side liquidity, right? So this has got a foul. Oh, there we go. That's a nice little drop. Come on, you need to close down there. Yeah, so that's the buy side liquidity. And because we've now seen sell side liquidity hold, although it did kind of foul above, it closed straight under very quickly. I'll bring that across there. You know, any kind of 5 minutes just going to look like an attempt at a punch above. It's basically a VWAP play in any case, so no matter. If we can close below here, now you want to see these guys that done the red to green move, right? There's the play. There's the end. There's the long entry right there, and we know their stops are going to be here. Now, actually, the fact their stops are there, the fact their stops are here, has really nothing to do, you know, with the stop run or anything. And this is the problem that that some people have, and that's why this is, you know, when we're back down in the, like when I'm drawing the benchmarks and something like T-Con here. Yeah, when I'm drawing these benchmarks and I have a manipulation zone down here, I call it a manipulation zone because that's what it feels like if you're trading in it. It's really no business being in that area. You should wait and play the gap. Well, wrong drawing tool. You should wait and play. This is the bit you want to play. Well, you know, you want to get in before that. That's the bit you want to play. Because in here, you don't know. Like I said previously, the only bit you can play is that zone there. If you get that, if this stock is on your scanner or on your watch list and you get that, that's the best thing you can do at 16 cents. Because you're looking at 16 cents, anticipating that some volume is going to come in. And when you see that volume start rising down here, can you see that? No, you can't. I'll bring it up. Got an overlay. When you see that volume start rising here, yeah, on this, like, you know you're in with a good chance. And when that breaks and closes above there, you're going to that benchmark. You could stair step, but you're going to that benchmark. And this one obviously has another one up there at 110 to 115. Whoops. Now let's get rid of all those drawings. Now you get the idea. So, Pixie. So for Pixie, it's the same with the buy side liquidity pools, right? You've got a buy side liquidity pool down here that hasn't been used in its entirety. Can I grab it? Yeah, that hasn't been used in its entirety. Okay, now this level in the middle is a trading view, 50% of the rectangle. Actually, the liquidity pool stands around about down here, but there's not a lot I can do about that because I can't do that. I'm not going to draw those lines in. But generally, 1, 2, and 3 levels in here of liquidity. You can tack in the first one, you can come and kind of get that second one, and then you can come and get the third one. So if you are playing a red to green after the first tap, and these are hidden, I don't expect anyone to know it's there, right? You're just going to take the trade. So if you're playing red to green off these moving averages, you're going to take the trade. If you're not taking profit, in this case here at the VWAP, then you can experience a double bottom or a new low because there's more liquidity down here at kind of 430 and 412. There's more liquidity down here at 4 and 430, right? So the ideal place to play along now is the lowest place it can go, which is down here between 340 and 4. That's not to say you couldn't get another colour change here, right? These moving averages, you're back in the liquidity pool. Your first trade hasn't been stopped yet. But if you get a colour change here, you could get 2 retail plays on the colour change that could come into the money and go up for a double top, in which case the people that are not looking for new highs will get paid. But for the minute, I'm banking on the fact that we are going to push further into at least this liquidity pool for me to take some off. And I get down here, I'm not fussed with really coming down here. I might leave 100 shares on, 200 shares on, but that's kind of it for me. And if I see red to green now, at the same time, that's probably, you know, unless I want to sit in this for the rest of the day or another 2 hours, that's not really what I'm looking for. So already taken nearly $400 off that play, and I've added and letting this ride. So the ad is in the money now. What else we got? Let's have a look. CCTG. Right, CCTG has just done that play. Here it is. Colour change. And the colour change. Alright, so this guy took this out, right? So colour change. We haven't got to this sell side liquidity pool yet, but this one worked, was being used to its entirety because it took out all 3 levels. So it's finished, which is why this attempt can push through it, and why the break above can indicate a further push to the upside. Now these 2 guys that longed pre-market down here are getting paid. Someone is up. They're getting paid. And that's what stopped us getting to, at the moment, getting down to 415 and 395. So there is that. So we'll see. But this could just push the VWAP up. It could push just sell side liquidity. If you see a push up and a rejection, then we can get short on CCTG up there. We'll put it at VWAP as well, because if we get a VWAP rejection, that'll be alright. Because this is confirmed. This is confirmed for me as short for pre-market. It's just that the target was 10 cents off, which happened yesterday actually with what was it? Oh, I can't remember what I traded yesterday. It'll be on here. So Very was my play of the day. Very was my short in any case. Where did we go? Yeah, see? So Very was my short at a benchmark 2 level. Played short. Took some off here. Comes down. Rests. And you can bring that all the way along. So you're currently still in. You've tried to pop out of it. And this is an indication now for today. Take that rest there. And you're in the newest buy side, right? So that's micro. Buy side liquidity. So right. So now we've attempted up. Just a retest probably of something. If we come back to the last swing here, perhaps down to the lows. Yeah. Okay. So what you've got at the moment is sell side liquidity holding buy side liquidity, and that's just a sideways range to anybody else. So if that's sell side and that's buy side, you can bring these forward, and if we break 270, we're probably doing nothing. Take it off your radar unless you're into 20 cents kind of pushes. Yeah, if we break 238, what have we got above? Bigger benchmark 1. So this would be our intradays that it went for yesterday. This would be dailies. If it wanted to go there, it could take weeks to get that, or it could go for another pop in the next couple of days. What it has to get through is right here. So that's from the whole of yesterday. That's where it needs to get to. All right, so we are up on BBAI. BBAI. So this CCTG. WB. So this is very sketchy on volume. Look at that. I don't like that, but the trade's still there. And Tcon. Yeah, so we need a further push up here. Alright, so we got some alerts on. It's going a bit quiet. AUD again? No. So this was running from yesterday. Look, a benchmark 2 sitting up here. Benchmark 1 was there. Just put that back where it was. Benchmark 1 was here. It broke up and come back to the benchmark, and that's quick resolution. Then continued sustained momentum up to this. Now I'm watching this. It is up there at 1940, but I do throw these on. So if I'm literally 50 cents off, I'm still looking. So this is triple topped here into somewhere just below the benchmark. So we could see a push up on Robinhood and then a complete pull off. The most recent area is going to be from what held in the aftermarket. So for Robinhood, we're going to have buy side here. That's your buy side right there, setting you up for the day here with LiquiVision trades, aren't we? Setting you up with LiquiVision, and we are going to be, I don't know the best way to deliver it, but if you don't want the tool itself, you can have the levels. Yeah? So you can have the levels in the morning. So this early pre-market, I'll get them out nice and early. It'll set you up for the day on plenty of these stocks that have a catalyst. So Hood is on. I'm going to bring that down. BBAI is also on from last night. BBAI went to a benchmark. Look, there's a benchmark 2 up there. Benchmark 1 is here. It's already done a run. Obviously, another AI stock, right? It went to its benchmark over here, faded all the way back. This was its resting buy side liquidity. It's now attempting to work its way out of it. How do we know it's good for that run up? Is as it's in this resting buy side liquidity, we are just tracking its swings. Does it hold? Does it hold? Yes, it does. Okay, move it up to the next one. Low to high. Yes, it holds. Move it to the next one. Low to high. Yep, it holds. Each of these will hold buy side. And alternatively, each of these are either short-term holding sell side, but then foul. Ultimately, if buy side is going to win, the sell side has to foul. But just because it failed doesn't mean it's not coming back again, you know. It's each of these swings you can work from. Now this one, buy side failed. But that probably failed because we went from, I don't know, the very low to that very high, and then your macro one is sitting there, right? So all these micro swings are indicating this is a buy. You always keep an eye on your macro to know that if one of your micro buyers hold level fails, that you can come back down to your macro level. Now off your macro level, 1, 2, 3 pushes, and then you rock it up to the benchmark. The question is, are we going to benchmark 2 today? There was huge levels up here if I remember rightly. Maybe I'm thinking of that pool up there at $4. Did we get to 4? I think we smashed 4. Yeah. So $4 is the, oh, here we go. I haven't brought it across. I thought there was a level up there, right? So this, if I just bring these across, it gives you some context of what we could possibly get today. So if we run, it's an AI stock, it can do. Currently down here at the 2s. Small term benchmarks for off of the lows here, off at 3 and 350. The pull from the whole move, if we're looking at a 10-minute chart, this move A to B, that's its sell side liquidity pull. So we can run up there, grab some liquidity, and then dump off again. Else, we do still have this bad boy up here around 620, 660. That could hold for a good trade. In order to see that, we have to fail and break above 440, regardless of double topping, right? I generally find if we close above these liquidity pools that we break the top. So that's BBI. So BBI is still on possibly for today. VRM was one yesterday that I was looking to short, but I didn't manage it very well, just due to the price. I find the trades at up to kind of $6-7 easier to play on the short side. I still want to get in with the same size, but this area, instead of being kind of 50 cents to play with, ends up being like $5, right? So you might as well, it's kind of the daily ATR of Tesla. It's like, it's hard to play, and unless you get that tippy top in and rejection, so you can jump in straight at 21 and have your stop at 21.60, it's difficult because you're kind of chasing it down and it can come all the way up, and by the time you're down here at 18, you've got a $2 stop. So yeah, my stats are proving this is a little bit more, you know, the $20, $15-20 stocks a little bit more difficult to play when they come off. In any case, what can VRM do today? Because it's kind of still on the radar. It is a benchmark 2 play, but look, low, daily high, comes back, rests in the buy side liquidity pool. No doubt about it. You can't argue with that. So we've worked your way out of it. So there's every possibility that from $15 we can come back and attempt a double top, right? A retest. That is why you get your retests. If they need it, they can come and get it and then drop it back down again. And that would give us another one. So if we go today from, there we go. I can hear them now. Morning, Wahab. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for saying hi. So if we go from this low up, if we did go up here,
GERN.
we'd have a new stacking. Yeah, because we didn't use the bottom side of this liquidity, so it's still live. And then we'd have a new one here if that's where we went to. Currently, we're not up there. We're here on that print in pre-market. So the buy side liquidity would be down at 14.97 if we wanted to come for it before the open. Okay, so that's where we could be. That is your VRM today. So watch out for VRM. If we pull into this 15 area and hold and work our way out of it, it could want the double top here into 20s. And if it breaks 21 and holds above 21, it could go supernova. So we're just watching it. I'm not saying it is going to go supernova. I'm saying the play right at me if I'm seeing high activity, high buy side activity on the tape, it gives me a shout. And generally, if it come into this level and I hear that buy side liquidity coming in, then you can hear that and get on board. All right. What else have I got here? Right, so the play today that I'm in right now is Pixie. Already taken almost 3/4 of that position off, and I'm basically in from 535, and I added some down here to so short from 535, added some on this at kind of 470, took a little bit of heat to the VWAP, but I'm still in it, right? So currently these guys are all burnt, they're all done from the point that we used all 3 liquidity points in here. Now this one is our most recent one, and this is the one that needs to hold for us to continue down. So that's the one that needs to hold right now, and you could argue just did at 470. So let's see in order to do that, we need to break this little thing we've got going on here. We kind of just did. Or we can move it down, whatever. That's if you're using trend lines, and this is what I find, by the way, the liquidity pools can dictate the trend line. This one is a little bit messy, but the liquidity pools is what forms your trend line. So for example, we drew this in ahead of time, so somewhere in that pool you're going to kind of get from this high, and you could literally go straight through the middle of the box and assume that is going to be your high because you've got a liquidity pool there. So you can actually get in on the first touch. You can get in on these first touches of the trend line. If that's the first area, right? The reason you can get in on that is because this pop here dictates that sell side liquidity. See? So you don't need the trend line. You just need to know these pools build your trend line out ahead of time. So we're now heading down. I want to break this level. We are, if I'm looking here on my trading platform, yeah, I need to close below 441.
WB.
All right, WB has just got called out again, but this is the one that is, I don't know if you can hear that scanner. I think you can right now. So WB's pushing, right? WB has a ways to go, but it's seriously like volume. I mean, what is the volume on WB right now? Just trying to see what the morning volume is. Can't even see it. It just shouted at me, so I've got it somewhere. Where are you? It's a pre-market. There you go. Yeah, 87k. So 87k, that push was 97k down. In any case, it's super light volume. I don't really like this because you can just print little dots for hours, but the analysis on this is it's been in a beautiful uptrend. It's had more volume. It just didn't have great pre-market volume today. Sketchy kind of push up, but looking at the volume, it's pretty sketchy when you go down to a smaller time frame. But this has just been holding. Look, buy side, buy side, buy side, buy side. Extension, the biggest push it's had apart from this one down here when it kicked off. So the starting momentum and potentially the closing momentum, but we do have two areas up here to consider. So all you need to do is play the rejection. If we see a rejection in the benchmark, we can play it. Right now for me, that volume is too little. I want to see at least 200, 250k in order to get in. GERN. Again, very little volume on GERN. Only 86k. Let's have a look. It's doable, but there's not too much. It's kind of already a backside move, that Gern. I'm not loving Gern. I'm not loving Gern unless... Oh, I don't know. It looks all right now. All right, so we need more volume on Gern, but it's got to start playing ball if it's going to get up here. It needs more volume in pre-market. Okay, so that's a not
WB.
benchmark. Okay, so there's a benchmark there, and there'll be another one up there. Gearing. Where's that next one going to be? Bring that down a bit actually, and yeah, so just adjusting those a little bit here is, yeah, it's a 210. So we'll see if it we'll put it on watch, but I don't want to short it right here on Gurn. Yeah, it's had a little pop this morning. It was the catalyst on Gurn. So they wanted $4. Oh, that would be where the benchmark 2 is. I don't know why these are red. They should be green. That should be yellow. My bad. What's happened there?
WB.
Why is that making it disappear? This happened yesterday. Why is that making it disappear when I change the template? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Look, there you go. This is also gonna, I guess, not. Yeah. Okay. So we have a target to go for. We tapped into it up here. We've come back down. If we are going to go back up there realistically, and this is over the past few days, right, so this benchmark and has a liquidity pool sitting right above it, so that's going to take some volume to get through. All right, yeah, so that's going to take some volume to get through there. So you're just trying to set you up here. So what have we got so far? Okay, I'm actually going to take this one off and this one off. We're going to go with that. Let's tidy that up because that's all really past bringing forward. This is what we've got now. All right, so this is your sell side. Okay, so this is a short play. What everyone else is doing is shorting the 200 moving average. That could well work out, right? This is a backside stock right now. It needs to prove itself that it can stay above 185. It needs to stay above 185 for us to consider this. So it has to come with volume, pre-market, like later in pre-market. It's nice. It needs to start pushing and see if it can't. You know, then there might be a trade from 180s to 2. It's not a lot of room. We'd need to see it push higher, but there's a lot of kind of these support level, these resistance levels coming in, generated off this wishy-washy kind of sideways actions off the low. So it's not super clear. There'll be better trades than this than Gurn. T-Con is one of them. T-Con is one of them. That again, what is the volume on T-Con? T-Con did come up earlier on my scanner.
WB.
There's WB again.
Lissy.
Oh, Lissy's back, is it? Right, I need to find this on the scanner. Bear with me.
Lack. GERN. Lack.
All right, for the minute. So Tcon here, look, I'm trying to get up to this 70 cents level. You got your trend line here. If we don't need this, this could fill this gap easily. So I'm watching that. I've got an alert on just below this trend line here, which we should probably move up a little bit. I'll just put another one on, damn it. So right now, let's look at a few things that pop in right now. So I've got lack. Anything drawn in on lack? Let's get rid of all these support and resistance lines. All right, let's take a look here. We've got on the daily first, just having a quick look at the daily over here. Do we have a catalyst? Results. And a conditional loan.
Lack.
So lack
Lissy.
can have some room to go. Lack can get up there to 11s if really needs be. Just try and look at the intraday. So that's the daily. Yeah, it's been grinding a bit, isn't it? Right, let's just look at its post market. Okay. So just working off its post-market session here. Right, so on the post-market session, we have benchmark here. All right, so you can see why we just got stuck here, that push, and we're pausing right now. It's not gone any further in here. This is a pre-market push, benchmark 1. These can hold. In fact, the most recent one is coming off of pre-market lows. So pre-market lows, if this wants to continue higher, you will use 620 area. If I can draw it.
WB.
WB again. Oh, why can't I let you go? Right, so there's a buy side liquidity pool there. If we use the whole post-market low to higher, you're going to have another one down here. Okay. Now, the idea of these for later is you can play the gap. Okay, so for instance, imagine that we get some rejection up here. We see a green to red move. We see a pin bar up here. Whatever it is that we're looking for to get into this stock, and we are looking for downside. Our first target would be this kind of 622, 620 area. If we use that and pull up out of it, you could go to new highs because we have higher benchmarks. So we could be getting up there to 715. If what we do is, for example, go from the benchmark to the buy side liquidity, that's going to give us a sell side liquidity. So if we come in here and go, yep, we get paid from 640 to 620, and then we go up there could be another sell on here that takes us down below to 595. So that's where it can play out at the moment for LAC. But obviously we can't draw that in yet because we haven't seen any rejection at the top. So for the moment, we're just seeing for where it could top out for LAC. It's all very slow this morning. The only play we've had has been on Pixie. So just check that back. Pixie short of 535, which is a replay of a retest of the level benchmark up here. We've pulled back to the sell side liquidity of that whole down move, and that's what I played this morning. So Pixie started pushing on the scanner. I haven't heard it since, obviously. Double kind of 3 pushes up there. As it started coming off here, I got in short. We didn't go and get that sell side liquidity yet, and we are pushing into this benchmark, of which there is more down here. So right now, this is what we were saying earlier. Now I didn't think these guys would get up, right? But generally these are retail plays. When they come down to these moving averages, when we go red to green, if I'm in a buy side liquidity and we see red to green, if I'm short, I need to size down because you're going to take some heat. So I'd rather kind of size down and then add, which is what I've done this morning. It's because that's one play there. There's another one here. There's another red to green here. That's looking nice. That's looking really nice. Another red to green here, and another one here. Now you'll see all those guys now are just going to feel like they just had their stops hunted, right? That's what's just happened. But coming from an investment banking background for nearly 20 years, this is the issue, right? Yes, you just got stopped out, but were you hunted? No, there was just further liquidity down here that hadn't been tapped in. If you done your red to green move further down here, and the best place to do it is going to be down here, but we don't know we're going to get there yet. So at some point you have to attempt it. Now the difference is these guys don't know that's there. They don't know that level down here is there. So I'll give that a second as we're under the 200 EMA as well to see if it does want to go back to where it came from. But now if I see red to green, then I'm probably going to cover the rest of my position on. So if I can show you where that is right now, for example. So that trade there, short from 493. I was short. Oh no, what am I talking about? Short from 535. Took profit down here at 452 when we punched into that first time level, and obviously got red to green. So took 3/4 of the position off. Then when we rejected that first side there, we rejected this first sell side. I got in short. I added to that. Hello. I added to that position. And then took a bit of heat because it wanted to go up to the VWAP. So it double topped at the VWAP there. So that's the heat I took there. And then it come back. Then we held this sell side liquidity here. So I've stayed in the position since. Now we're getting red to green again, right? In this buy side liquidity there. And it's probably a good idea for me to take it off there. I feel like I would be a bit greedy. So this is what I like to use, these stair-stepping followers down here. They're just moving averages. So if that's kind of like, see there, 425 to 440, that's a bit of an aggressive push off those lows there. But that is because it can, it can textbook go here. Yeah, so it can, just normal pullbacks would go back to this 440 area before it continued on down to $4. why I entered at 5. Or yeah, so
black,
so let's go back to 5 minute. You'll
black,
see the time frame, right? So up here is the highest high, and it touched a benchmark, right? I should do a session on benchmarks and explain what they are, but it's benchmarks, something that's used for program trades in the industry, and they're very, very that, you know, they either work, and if they don't hold, then you're going to go supernova on the trade, right? So the benchmark was hit almost pinpoint up there yesterday. Now I bring that down to the low, the first low that we saw of yesterday's session, live session, that was pre-market. Bring that up, and that's going to give me an area, and this, I may have drawn it to here, but generally, you know, that's going to give me that area there that I've drawn in. So I'll just throw them on, so sometimes they're not perfect, but if I corrected that, it would be up a little bit, right? So that's that area. So that's the sell side liquidity pool. It's a hidden liquidity pool. They are not level 2 orders. You will not see them on level 2. They are market orders in between the bid and the ask. If you're looking at your time and sales, can I show you my time and sales? Where'd the time is? Right, so yeah. So see these red ones and green ones. That is level 2, right? That is people sitting on the level 2 here. It's these orders sitting on the level 2. They are being executed, and you can see them as red and green because they are showing you they are either bids below or offers above. And when they get filled here, you'll see them print. Now I have a size filter on mine because I'm not interested in the 10s and 20s. I'm interested in the thousands that come through. Yeah, in pre-market. So that's what I'm interested in.
Plug.
Now, back. Attach. Bring this back. Plugs running, FWBI. Take a look at those very shortly. It looks like Pixie's paying off. Where's my Pixie chart gone? And then I'll get back to your question. There it is. Just attach that. Okay, so you see now, did we quite tap into that? Anyway, I'm going to continue telling you what it was about. Yeah. So the sell side liquidity push. Now that's what I'm waiting for this morning. Obviously, I don't go looking for it unless Pixie starts shouting to me on the scanner. Pixie was shouting to me on the scanner, so I dropped down to the 1 minute, and I'm looking. Can it continue to push into this level? If it can push into that level, that's where I'm looking to get short. And just basically the green to red bar here, I liked. Ultimately, what I'm looking for is that initial rejection to be retested by, and so this area here. So if I get this rejection in the first instance and I come up, and obviously we can double top or whatever, but if we can then close below it at 526, I actually anticipated it was in at 535, so that's my short. So as I draw them in, and then I'll continue to track these to manage my trade. So, wow. Everything just went dark behind me. So now I'm continuing. So I took a whole chunk off here at kind of 450. Then we've meandered past, and now it's coming down. And I expect it to get to 4. That was a close 405. But if I go red to green anywhere here now, I'm just going to cover the whole lot and get out, because if you look from where it's come from, yes, there is further downside, but we're well within it, right? We could just rest here 4 days, so I'm kind of happy with that short this morning. But now let's look at some other stuff that is popping. Okay, well, I have no worries, happy to help. So FWBI is running. Haven't had any alerts off any of my, my literally chart alerts kick off, but let's have a look where this is on the daily. Gonna have these split. it happened a ways back, but that is an indication of it wants to push. There's something to do on it. Can't see volume. Where's the volume? Is there no volume? In any case, let's do this a little bit quicker over here, and we can't get these on because we're literally coming out of nowhere on this play, I think. Oh, okay, so we are in a benchmark here right now. Right, so 10.08 is the top of that benchmark, and if I bring that down, that means that around 12.30, 12.50 is going to be another benchmark, right? If I was looking on the daily, which I'm not really fussed about, this looks a bit sketchy, I would go, let's see. No, I don't like that. I don't really like that either, to be honest. So we'll go with the intradays. So same thing again, doesn't matter whether it's a liquidity pool or it is I have a benchmark 2 up here, right? So I've got 2 benchmarks. We're currently acknowledging this benchmark. So what I'm doing is taking the high to the low, and I'm simply looking for a liquidity pool. We've just tacked into that liquidity pool there, right? So I'm looking to see what price action does here. Now, I'm well aware we're pre-market, it can get very sketchy, and we could push very, very quickly up another $2-3, right? But
plug.
Let's FWBI plug's been mentioned on the tape a fair bit as well. So FWBI. Black. Okay. What's the volume on this guy? 154. 158. So I really want this to be above 200, 250 in terms of volume. Let's see what we can get now. Look, let's see what we can get now. $161. So FWBI. Alright, so now we're seeing some rejection, but I still need it to be 200k before I can get in. Time is 10:27. So now I'd be thinking about a short, right? The only confirmation that I'd need now is to put these back on. So as a confirmation would be a close if I zoom in underneath these stair steppers. But right now, like with the last one, I anticipated it and I would have been short 957 here. But that's why you wait for confirmation. All right. So that little push there could indicate it just wants to carry on. So this is kind of just managing a momentum right now. So any kind of red to green is a momentum push up, red to green is a momentum push up. The question for us is, will sell side liquidity hold this? If we break above 1020, we can fill this gap very quickly up to 1250, and that's what I'm looking for. Right now I would just like the volume to be above, so we're currently at 196 on the volume side. That volume that's coming in is now sell side. So we can get this up on the tape, see what we've got, add in there. So we've now got over 200k on here, so a little bit late, but just trying to confirm. And we can't do market orders on pre-market, so we're trying to limit ordering this. The spread is average about 7 cents. And trying to get in 12. It's now over 10 cents on the spread. I'll try and get 19. Can I get 19? Can I get 14? Okay. Field 14. Now, okay, so we retested the sell side liquidity. We didn't push any further into it. It can suggest we don't need it. We've closed. I mean, ideally it's a clear candle under these, but we've closed below. We are below right now, so we're just kind of managing that. So I'm a little bit early on this, but this low to this high, normal expectation, if we wanted to, we can come back here, right? So that's a starter position that I've got on. So we can come back here to this 960 area, you know, before we head down. Now, the key thing here is this gives me an early indication of what could happen. If I break and close above 965, I probably don't want to be in this anymore, because what I'm looking for is really, this is not needed because we've accumulated enough. And here we go. So here we start to get paid now at the moment. Now, as much as I'm looking at that, I know that I have a low here and a high here, so I know that I have to break. I've got hidden buy side liquidity here that can stop this drop, so I have to be aware of that. All right, so I've got hidden buy side sitting here. I've got sell side up here right now, so my first target should be here down to 87. Now I didn't get the size I want, because the size I want to add would be if this 950 holds and like rejects off the same. If I go red to green, whatever, if I get a pin bar in there, that's what I'm looking for. Drop off a couple of cents off this, right? So we've literally just tacked into that area. We can be closed. There's a lot of things we have to deal with and scale and whatever, so we can be a tick or two sometimes, but generally we get them quite close. But this is now coming in, then it may be now a chance to add. So let's see what we get. So if we dip into a sell side liquidity, and I'm going to say that has touched, right? For me, that few cents is doable. So we've dipped down there. If we now close above 17, that would be an area that I'd class as red to green, which means it's going to push. So like I said, I'm good with getting in at 958 and adding some more if we can prove that we're looking to move down. If we push above 65 and close, then I'm probably looking to get out and cover this trade. I don't want to be in it anymore. Okay. So just putting this back so you can see there, we've just got that color change confirmation. We've just broke above there. So I expect buy side longs to come in. This is just a case of how aggressive they are. Where's my volume gone? Why can't I bring my volume up? It's because I've got my cursor big. When the cursor's big, you don't have such fine settings to grab these things down here. What's the best thing I can do? Move to pane above. Whoa, no, that looks bad. But anyway, at least I can see it. So look at the volume here. I'll get this off in a minute and put it back. Look at this volume here. This volume here, right? So on the back side, this volume is kind of lower. This push here was lower than this push here. So you have volume divergence kind of for this play at the moment. Now I need to move to new pane below and hopefully I can see it. There we go. All right. So we haven't quite gotten up to $9.50 for a decent size ad, but our red green has now gone. Our red green has now gone green red. So I'm hoping we can get a little bit further down here. What have we got? Yeah, so it's not a huge position. We haven't added to this. Oh, actually, while we're here, FWBI is on. Let's add that to the watch list because we're now in it. What did LAC do? LAC's still pushing up on very light volume. Not a lot I can do there. Gurn. Too little volume. T-Con I missed. I didn't get 70. CCTG I was looking at. So this was too early bird for me. I missed this by about 10 minutes. That was the play for me there. Look. So still looking for really its first target down here at 417. But that was the play there. You've come into a benchmark 2. You tapped into that sell side liquidity and you dumped. You could have taken, as soon as you close under there, $5 all the way down, 70 cents in there, $700 if you want that. Yeah, so that's a nice, just on 1,000 shares, that would have paid nicely. And these are all kind of very relaxed trades. They're not, the whole market isn't open, everyone's not screaming, the bells are not going off. Yes, it can take some time to work out, but you can anticipate these pretty well. Helps using LiquiVision on this. This is the LiquiVision Trades tool. That's available now over at liquivision.trades. And we'll also be doing, if you don't want the tool itself, it's an overlay Windows tool. It's not available on Mac, it's just available on PC. But we'll soon be starting a morning alert service where these will essentially, what I'm doing here will be called out in a format. It'll either be on a Discord, it'll either be the images that you'll get of the screenshots of where these levels are, so that if you get, how can I do that? If you get I used to be able to do that. Why can't I do that now? Like, for example, you'll get kind of this. Yeah, so you might get this, right? And you'll get that benchmark. So you'll know at 538 when price starts to come up to it, and you've drawn that, overlaid that on your chart, that you can do the same thing if price gets in there and rejects off. And the reason why I'm thinking this might be better on a kind of a Discord thing is because for this time in the morning I can manage this just privately with those that want to sign up. Okay, so there's the actual play. Yes, I'll be firing those updates out to say, boom, there's the level. And there's the play. And you take the short from there. And then you just give it a few minutes, basically. Just relax and let the trade pay out. Whatever you want to do. Draw your trend lines if you want to kind of, look for when these are going to be a decent play. You can do all of that. But, I just look for those. Generally, those confirmations for me work below. If I get below these moving averages here, I'm generally, it's an indication that that momentum is over. Look, even in post-market, it's not high volume, but it's got momentum. The volume that there is has momentum. It just keeps playing these. And as soon as you kind of get below one of these, nice retest that fails, that's where we want to go. So that's CCTG. We can stop that and cancel that. Get back to where we are. All right. See, FWBI. Let's have a look. We're in this, right? We should take more notice of what we're in. So still playing out at the moment. We have now micro levels. So we didn't come back for this one. That's a good sign for downside, right? So when we don't come back to one, it's a good sign for downside. But we now have a newer swing. So we have a new pull. So this is what people don't get to see. They don't get to see these pulls. They don't appear on level 2. In between aggressive orders. What's on level 2 of course? Passive orders. People are waiting patiently for price to come back to a level before, and then they wait for their order to be executed in the queue of first come first served basis. What appears at these levels is aggressive markets in between the bid and the ask, which generally only liquidity providers can do to hide their preference of buy or sell. So yeah, we could pop up to here 1917, then come back down further. This one, like I said, was low volume. We're only up to 297k there, but yeah, we are trying to push down on this right now. So that's FWBI. I'm also still in Pixie. Where's Pixie? So Pixie. So Pixie, kind of a double bottom. And again, here with Pixie, the only reason I'm still in this is because it's being held by these stair steps. Just a tad close above here at 416. I'm being super greedy letting this play out this badly. I should just cover the trade, but I do know there's another pool of liquidity down here between 340 and 4. So I'm just hoping we get some of that. It's probably a good idea to take some off here, considering that does look like a cheeky double bottom at the third level of liquidity. Let's see. Let's give it a minute or two. Oh, that's why I can't see it, because we played it already. So let's bring that down here. So Pixie and FWBI I'm on. So Pixie, FWBI, sorry, now into its buy side liquidity pool, right? So our original trade up there we've done. So that's paid from where was I in this from? So I catched it about just under 920. So I'm just taking that down for a ride there. But wouldn't it be beautiful if we come from these pre-market or post-market lows? Let's grab that high. Yeah, from post-market lows to the pre-market high, there's the resting level of liquidity for today. And what I mean by that is when we get to the open, you can either come in here and jump out because there's a level above at 12 to get if we want it, or you can do that thing where it kind of dips into here, looks to everybody like it's done, sideways for a while, and then after lunch, poof, runs up, and it could either run to 9 or it could run to 12 and then dumps back down to 7. So there's a pattern in how these stocks play out. They do it every day, and that's all I'm trying to get some edge on at the moment is that. So FWBI is in here. My gut feeling is it's going to take a run and look for one of these sell side liquidity pools because it didn't get either yet. So I'm just being careful of a colour change here. So there's your red to green. Now, can these hold it? There's a bit of aggression coming out of there. Look, so red to green coming out. And that's the thing. We don't know that we've caught the high because there's another level up here. So that's the risk I'm playing at the moment is, yes, I'm short. Any kind of long entry, I don't really want to see a close above here. But I do know that textbook, in fact, we've got a new low, so we would draw that back in. See if we're any lower. Yeah, we are, right? So because we've gone lower, the last time we drew that, we was kind of here. But now we've gone lower. From this high, we've continued lower. In fact, that was a wrong draw. I drew it to here. So high to that low. We've now gone lower, so I'm dragging it down, which means the hidden pool comes down with it. So now you know you can come back to 9 and then still fade off. But if you close above 914, you're potentially in trouble of going back to the highs. So let's see what it's got. Pixie looks like it wants to head back down off that. So Pixie's still doing a good job. Okay, right. So now this is greed coming in. Like we're literally at the pre-market lows. I'm going to close that trade. See if I can't get out of Pixie right here. Let's bring Pixie up. Come on. See if we can get out of Pixie. So again, you can't market order in pre-market Pixie. So I am going to take the last remaining shares off. I'll tell you. 1 second. All right. Let's see if we can't get some off. 398. No. 4. Yes. 2. Done. Okay. So here's what that trade looks like. All right. So that's just a trend. So here's what that trade looks like. And here's what it looks like on here. Okay. Can we see that? I think you can see that, guys. Yep. So, up into this box, short 535. That's the short 535. We're coming down into this area. If I make this a little bit bigger, it might line up a bit. We're coming down into this buy zone here. Double bottom into that buy zone. I'm taking some off. Yeah, 3/4 of the position I took off. Then we went up, and we went up here, and I added again because that was this level here. So I added, but it pushed up higher, right? So I pushed up higher, but I stayed with it because the VWAP held. Then we come down and we meander across a bit. Then we close below those lows and we continue down, and then I end up in my second buy side liquidity pool. So that's why we saw this, right? It's holding buy side, holding buy side, holding buy side, then comes down for all of it, and then goes, oh, I'm going to go much lower. So all these guys got taken out, not because their stops were run or hunted or anything like that, but purely because they did not know that hidden buy side liquidity was down there. Now, why? How do you know how do I know the hidden pools are there? So that is because when these trades occur, so aside from the fact that, you know, I've worked in investment banking for nearly 20 years, and they have something called kind of program trades and syndicate trades. I'm out of that trade, so I'm going to look at FWBI back. Sorry, they have something called program trades and syndicate trades. Oh, legal above board. Yeah, and a program trade is there for a number of people involved or entities involved in the program trade, for the trade to run up or down, and people. So let's just go with the up scenario. So for a trade to run up, let's look at some of. Let me look for decent one that's run recently. Where's that nice one that's there stepping up? Yeah, okay. So this is the idea of a decent program trade that it's going to work through benchmarks, okay? So you're going to start off with an area of accumulation, and then you are going to work out of that accumulation and go through certain levels between here. So there are actually 2 levels. I'll just throw them in. All right, so if we continue this program on LAC, for example, the reason you can identify a program trade is its insistency to come back. And the levels it comes back to are kind of predetermined. And those levels are not on level 2 because the program does not want to disclose orders. Okay, so they use a liquidity provider in order to help them out with that. Every stock that's listed on at least the NASDAQ, this is on the NYSE, has certain criteria. They have to employ 3 market makers and liquidity providers to provide liquidity and stabilize the market for their stock. So that being said, when you see these pushes on a daily basis, you can identify that for this push, so there was an area here that was used, and an area, see, you can draw all of these in, right? There's one area that's going to get aggressive because it's going to fill the main part of the program for the day. But here you got 490 goes up to 5, comes back to the buy side liquidity, so you get another chance to buy cheaper than where it's been. And each of the participants get to take their share, and some they come in and they come out and the next one comes in. So every time you see that push, they tap down into it, you can enter the program and off you go again. Then there's always one where on the open it doesn't come back, and that is only a sign that it's going to continue. So for this one, it didn't come back. It would have been something on a, if we put this back on a 1 minute chart, I need more than that actually. So if we drop this back to a 1 minute chart right here, and it goes down to ticks, right? It goes down to ticks, but this pullback here to this high here. So we're literally just off it. It's this low. When you're on a tick chart, they work out, right? So they're just coming in here. So that I would see sitting down and around about here. Okay, so then it just plays out, and basically each pullback that it comes into will reject off, and you continue to trace these things up to the highs. Just follow the highs, and then the pull will become a little lower down here, and it will tap into it and reject off. So I'm just trying to follow along with that high. It will reject off. It's all moving a bit fast, but you get the idea. So for every one of these pulls back, another customer gets to get involved in the trade, and off it goes until it gets to a benchmark, and then that part of the program is done and it's kind of switched to downside. Now they can switch to downside only in order to grab more liquidity to the downside. What's happened there? Yeah, so for example, we've been tracking those, and that's what I call micro swings. Intraday swings all have intraday liquidity pools that move up with price, and they sit a little bit lower. You come back and get them, then on it goes. So that's how you identify. You have to see it happening, the constant, consistent pullbacks until it gets to a benchmark, and then we stall. Now you would pull back for the whole session. So if we wanted to, we can pull back to the 620s before we go off and get 7. And again, this can happen for days, in which case the daily program can run till we get to 750 or 8 or 1050 or 11. So I'm just aware of that. But all I'm interested in is when this comes up on my scanners and LAC starts being shouted at me on the scanner, is if I've got enough volume to do so that I would want to get involved. So if I'm in a benchmark, I know there's a high probability that this program could come back to 6 or 590. So 620, 590. So if there's money there to play from 50 cents there, I would play that. I would come down to that. So there goes LAC again, right? So LAC's on the scanner, so I know not to get involved now. It's continuing to push. So that's what I'm looking for. Now I will not short until I see some form of really nice run and push. So it will be going LAC, and then it drops and nothing. Then I'm like, okay, am I in a benchmark? Yes, I am. I've pushed with volume. That volume's dried up. Let's look for a pattern to get short. Does the sell side liquidity hold it? Yes, it does. Then I'm in. So let's take a look back at FWBI. What's Pixie doing? So Pixie, double bottomed into that area. That's nice. It still hasn't broke. It could continue to fade, but I'm happy with the trade from 535 to 385. FWBI, wow. Okay, another one. So I'm now happy with FWBI. We're coming down into this buy side liquidity. Yeah, I'm good with that. That's resting liquidity. And by that, I mean we can meander in here for ages, for days, or just today to move out before we retest the high later on in the live session. But right now, that's it. It's another play. Look, into the benchmark. It has more to go, but I know they're coming back to pick up this liquidity. Now, this benchmark one can be done for days. They may not initiate another wave until another day or two, or they may initiate the wave in this live session. But all I know is, look at that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's unusual to get a halt. I don't believe that's the case, is it? Going. All right, so now we're coming down into here. I'm looking to take profits on this trade as well now. So FWB, let's get that chart up. Where's my chart? Where are you? Oh, it's Pixie 1. Pixie. What's that one? Attach. Oh, that's a beautiful resolution on that trade there. Look at that, right to the bottom of the liquidity pool. I can't ask for better than that. I'm looking to get out of this now. Sometimes that just happens. I'm just trying to locate the 1 minute and attach. That's a beautiful, beautiful trade. So let's just look at the quick higher time frame to see where this could go. I mean, so that's what happens when look at this. That's what happens when you hit a benchmark. Look at all the time it's taken up here to get here. This could come. Looking at it from these lows to that high up there now. That's the difference. See, that's the difference, right? You've got lows down there at 360, but from the whole move, the hidden pool is still sitting just below where we are, right? It's just down here. But look at that. As soon as you hit the benchmark, look at what it's done. Look at how far it's come. It literally, none of these have done this. Well, only when it hits the benchmark is it like program over, denied. So looking at that, where's that gap now? Why is it not on there? Is it so low? Why is it not? Did I draw it? Ah, so too far ahead in time. All right, so just looking to see if this has got so much momentum now because it's being held by these downside. So now you could literally get a push and drop into this buy side, and that is it from buy side, and that is it from the whole swing. Like literally the whole move going back days. Literally going back to January, mid-Jan. Yeah. So mid-Jan, here to here. Where's that going to stop? It's going to be around here. And look. Until we do it again and again. But so yeah, that's the edge. That's the edge that I've got there. That's the edge that I'm using. And you can do this. You can be more aggressive in the regular session. It can be much more aggressive in the regular session. Like this push here, you know, could be a spike up there in the first instance and then a drop down here. It can be much more aggressive. But generally, the more aggressive they are, the more they pay to the downside. So that's another beautiful trade there. Let's just grab this one over. So again, this is the execution. Yeah, so we punched up there. That was that punched up. There's a gap in this data from when I switched the chart on. We punched up there. We come back down. We hit the sell side liquidity. We rejected off. That's when I've got in. As soon as we rejected off there, I'm short. Added twice. There we are now. attach that in. So looks like they do want to come down into this liquidity area. Look at this sketchy volume from yesterday. So anywhere now is a good place to cover. What we'll do is we'll let these stair steppers kind of convince it. Well, I think we'll be happy. We'll be happy here. So that's a double bottom there at 680.
Lack.
So lack called out again. Okay, so look, lack's middle of the benchmark now. You're seeing some call off. What's the volume on lack? 110k, still not great. I couldn't be playing lack yet. So it all stands here. If I was looking to take this short, then I would want to see this foul. And there's a fine line between seeing it foul and it not coming back to get it. So I have a decision to make. If we attempt to try and come back to get it and we don't, or attempt and don't, I've got a decision to make there as to whether or not I get in a starter position knowing it could hold or knowing that it could foul, right? But either way, my risk here is the case of getting in at 644, adding at 647, and my stop is at 650. That's it. Because I've got no interest if it closes above that level. Right, time for a coffee break, guys. I think what we got, I'm just trying to manage this trade down here. What do we got on the field order side? So we'll have a little alert on here.
NVDS.
So you can see that high liquidity there.
NVDS.
High volume, sorry, not high liquidity.
NVDS.
High volume there. So just have a quick look, something's running. Lex just popped NVDS. NVDS, where are you showing me from?
Lack. Lack.
Don't think that's going to be enough volume for me.
IMRX.
Alright, see now?
IMRX.
Okay, the time is 11. That's why people are starting to pop now. It's 11.
IMRX.
Which is 6 a.m. So you get people joining the party on the hour. And that's what's happening now. That's why you're hearing these scanners and things pop now.
Lack.
So you can see this gap scanner here of mine. Look, Pixie I've traded. FWBI, AUD wasn't really enough in it. CCTG I've looked at.
Lack.
So you see now lack. I was waiting for that push. Now it didn't happen. It broke it.
Lack.
So no interest, right? That's it. Let it play out. If you're interested in the longs, you've got to be doing longs at buy side liquidity. I don't really like to long pre-market because generally by the time you're here, it's hitting a benchmark. That's what happens. The pre-market allows traders to position ahead of the open when there are no market makers involved. There's no halts. Very, very rarely a halt, although Gurn's got... If it is halted, it's because... Is this halted?
TLRY.
Is this moving?
Boil. Boil.
Okay, so this is halting,
Boil.
but it's not a halt due to volatility. It's not a volatility halt. It is a due to trade pre-market at the moment, other than a circuit breaker halt or news volatility. Continuing to hold these stair steppers, so happy to hold it down. You never know if we get another flush. I'm going to put $6 in here. If we get a flush, I feel like that's where it's going to want to go.
Lack.
Beautiful. Beautiful trade. And now lack still pushing, so a quick look at lack.
Oil. Lack. Boil. Lack.
I've got something shouting at me, but I, for the life of me, cannot find the scanner, like the one that's just said boil. I can see the lack, I just can't see the one that says boil.
Boil.
Boil? Who's saying boil? Where are you?
Lack.
Boil.
Lack.
So lack continues to push, right? So now
Lack
has this area. So there's a what I call the bogey level in the middle. For some reason recently, trades can stop bang in the middle between the two levels, but yeah, it's just something I consider whether I want to play it or not. But a lot of the time it can bang in the middle, comes back, and then goes back to the benchmark too. We've got a lot of areas here. This lack could go supernova. It's on the NYSE. Its news was a week ago. So
TLRY.
yeah, it's looking pretty programmy to me. These constant pullbacks to those areas. As soon as you pull any of these kind of lows to highs in of the day, you'll see that it comes back and touches these levels again. Take another volatility day on it.
Boil.
Comes back, grabs, continues on. Pure run off that. Even here, you would have had a chance to get in this. Makes it easier. So lack's still pushing now. So this could be a volatility day. It doesn't have to be pre-market. They can continue to run, but it looks like it's pushing for me for this 7 area up the top. Let's see what it does. MVDS. Well, I'm looking at MVDS. That played out yesterday.
IMRX.
Wow, that was loud. Some volume on this. So volume on this at 294k. Quickly have a look. So without looking at the daily, I'm just looking at pre-market, post-market. Look at that. All right. So there we go.
Lack.
Template.
Lack.
That's a benchmark. IMRX. Called it up on the platform.
Lack.
Being aware that I probably want to cover this other trade that I've got on FWBI. So right now, right, quick look at, so this is now playing off, right? So what I'm looking at ideally is wherever this stops for a low, or if I don't miss it, I want this, I want an attempt back. Ideally, I want an attempt back.
Lack.
Okay. So that was the right level now. So now I'm just watching. Oh no, it's going lower. Damn. Yeah, so look, that bar, that high to that low, look, it come back. It jumped back at it and then just dumped. What I'm waiting for is the second chance now. If you get this on a 15-second chart, it's much clearer, or on a tick chart, which TradingView doesn't do for some reason. That is nice. So look, the confirmation is below these stair steppers of a short, but you have to wear the fact that you are getting in 50 cents late, and we can retest 760. Where are we looking at for a target on this? Would be from the print low to the print high. Oh, this is so bad. I feel like I'm missing out. I've got so much FOMO on this now. That's, yeah, oh, man. Oh, jeez. I can't tell you how disappointed I am to not be in this. Listen, the target's down there at 644. You know, from an entry that should be up here at 755. Listen, let's see what we get now. It may not all be over. It may give us a chance. All right, see, we're still up there. That pool is still almost identical to what it was. So let's see. In the meantime, so IMRX. I think let's just have a quick look at what we've got on a daily while it's doing that. Oh wow, okay. That's funny. See, on the daily, that just looks like a fade play, doesn't it? Literally looks like a fade play. I don't see a huge amount. What is the catalyst again? Hold on. 14th of March. Positive top line results from phase 1. Okay, so it's a phase 1. So it's not a phase 3. It's a phase 1. It's pretty decent. But phase 1 is... let's have a look where this could be. Just to see if it's got any legs on it. Looks like it's got... That's such a bummer. On the daily. It's the weekly. Alright, let's draw it in anyway. Alrighty, that's what it looks like. So intraday, if you're looking at the daily, this stock could have 8, 9, 12, 13 on it, right? Could, but it could take weeks to play out. Now, you do have a decent catalyst if that's what they want to use to do it. Unfortunately, we've already gone from kind of up here, you know, if tip topping it, right, at 7. Look at that, man. We've had 2 decent trades today, but I don't like to miss out. I don't like to miss out like that. Mind, that was 7.55 down to 6.4. It's over $1 in that trade, and nothing you can do. The only thing you could have done there was this close, right, at 7.05. You could have got in for 50 cents, but there's a 50-50 chance you're coming back to 7.60 to do that, so you're going to risk 60 cents for 50 cents in that instance. So I didn't fancy that, but look, what can you do? Right, so now listen, the only thing we know here is that the intra-session benchmark was hit tip-top, no problems. What we also know now, we've had a quick look at it, is there's more in it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be today. So we'll keep it on watch. It has, you know, a mildly decent catalyst, you know, in biotechs. Phase 1 results have got to give those, you know, those people that are holding shares long term or bag holders for this stock. That's a big thing. They like phase 1 positive results. They wouldn't want to see crap phase 1, obviously, because then the company's pretty much a write-off. So that's positive. It's going to bring some money in. The question is it going to make it run from 6 to 12? Is it going to make it double? And then the question is it going to make it double today? There's your 625. There's your 625. That's unless this is going to go and break new lows. I'm just looking on the daily. What is that? I'll get rid of that. Right, just gonna break this and start heading down to 5 and 3. That buy side should see some rejection at least. But there's your stair step play. You can't say fairer than that. That's what you look for. Sometimes these are just instant. You're paid within like 8 minutes. Sometimes you miss them. FWBI. See, now we're working into that liquidity. We've kind of jumped above that, so the momentum could be slowing up for this. We'll get greedy here. On FWBI, so IMRX came into the play. I didn't put it on the watch. It came into play. Didn't really confirm for me, but beautiful, beautiful trade. I should have just taken that rejection there at 740 and taken it down, but never mind. So here comes the 725, rejecting off it. We'll keep it on watch today for the session. So why did I throw NVDS on here? I don't know why I brought that in. It must have been running at some point. So in any case, if NVDS appears on the scanners, we take yesterday's high to yesterday's low, and you're going to be sitting in a sell side liquidity. Okay, so this stock, if it wants to go any higher, has got to break 13, close above 13. Alright, so Pixie. Yeah, Pixie's still resting in that buy side, middle of that buy side, so that's normal. That can work its way in or out of there. Just take its time, do what it wants to do. LAC pushing up. There's its bogey level, I said, between benchmark 1 and 2. So if I was to draw, it's a little bit lower there. Yeah, kind of there. 50%. So kind of went for that benchmark 2. Didn't quite get there. May not be over yet. But, you know, ideally, I love benchmark 2 plays. And we've just failed the intraday benchmark 2. And when that happens, it generally can indicate something else is up. Like the price, generally. So yeah, all I'm going to do at the moment is see if it can break sell side liquidity on LAC. Okay. So just imagining at the moment that we are higher to see if this would hold, because 690 down to 650 is 40 cents. And if that does fail, it could come all the way back down. Now it has, from using its pre-market lows, 640 still. If I'm using its post-market lows, 610. So that's effectively these two joined, right? That's what happens. These two that were left, well, this one wasn't left, this one was dipped into first level, but it's still live because of the bottom of it wasn't taken. So these two now effectively join as a macro. So these two micros weren't touched. Now we've gone to newer highs. The pool will reside at both of these, right? But they join together as one. So that's drawing that bigger pool.
LAC.
If I can, I've got a lot going on here. One sec. There you go. So that is a buy side liquidity pool, right? That is the new one. These are still there, right? They're still there, but it's just going to probably go with this one. So I'll just move them over. Just so I know it was aggressive enough not to come and get them. Have I just missed that freaking play? Whoa. Okay, so LAC. Come on. Come on. LAC. Oh, not available on the platform. Not to worry. That's a shame. But that's exactly what I look for. I'd rather see it up here. But like I said, this is the bogey level. I don't know what this is. This is the bogey level sitting in the middle here. And that's exactly what I look for a short and then to close under. That's it's beautiful right there. I don't, for some reason, think I've got the ticker on the platform. Oh, yes, I have. 1 second. Woo! Volume. The volume on LAC. What's the volume on LAC today? 332. Spread of about 20 cents on this at the moment. So just checking we don't get red to green here. Don't want to see red to green because that could push the liquidity pool then, knowing we've got it right up here. But that momentum has kind of stalled with this push. What price we got here? 691 average. 686. Oh, I just took a teaser in there. Oh, a little starter position on LAC. Not the bogey levels are 50-50 as to whether it gets up here or not, so we're just trying it out right now. And there you go. That's why it's 50-50. Right, so let's now see. Right, so this one has held, right? That's done its job off of this swing. This, because this spiked above that, so it used all the liquidity that's there, so it's gone. But now you have another swing in here. So this is it. Right, so this is make or break for that little tiny starter I've put on. Is, does it need this liquidity now? So it took this one. Does it need this one, or is it just going to dump? We will find out. If I see this close under 686, I can probably safely add some more. I need a coffee. I need a coffee. What time we got? Okay. 6:23, 11:23 UK. So green red didn't come back for it. Now we're getting a bit of green, so just kind of trying to sit this out. Don't want to worry too much. Question is, do we want to add to this? This is no problem at all now. If LAC wants to jump up at 685, stop at 7, it's 15 cents. It's a tiny starter position. Got no problems at all if it wants to go. All I've got to do is make sure that I limit order out if it cracks 7. Or even if we get red to green here. Look, this looks pretty aggressive, right? But we're just going to let it pump in. I'm not hearing LAC on the tape. You will hear LAC on the tape if you break 7. But I'm not hearing LAC on the tape right now, which is good. Jeez, I'm in another trade. Where's FWBI? All right, FWBI. I've got a big. I think everyone agrees that's a good. We can get out of FWBI. Let's see what it does. Let's give it a chance. Back underneath them stair steppers. You never know, they could start to widen out and come down here to 6s. That would just be more than ideal. We'll give it a chance to double bottom there. So lac not dumping straight off right here. Okay, so lac looking a little bit kind of light here, like it could get up into this area here and give us a bit of heat. Not popped. It's not on the scanner, but it is popping. Sell side liquidity up there. Benchmark hit in the close. So a push up into 5 or 514 into a double top would see it. You can see here this morning.
NVDS.
This is the one that I said was too early for me. Oh, there's NVDS again. Already there. This one is from the push to this low.
NVDS.
Oh, that was loud. There goes my alarm alert on CCTG into this pool. Let's see if it can't push it. There's another one on CCTG. Just pushing here. Just got to make sure I don't take my eye off on LAC. So let's look at CCTG.
NVD.
CCTG can double top.
NYCB.
Okay.
NADS.
I'd like another part. I'd like 490. I'd like 490. Okay, that's 480s.
NYCB.
No confirmation yet on CCTG. It's just pushing. Can retest the benchmark up there if it wants to go to the pre-market highs. This one held buy side liquidity, and this one also. So if we can short anywhere around here currently, that buy side target is going to be down there at 440. So there's about 40 cents on this trade in the first instance. Okay, so CCTG looking like it might want to dump off of that area. What price we got? Okay, look. Ah, oh, my life. Didn't get filled. Alright, so this is the same again. We didn't get filled. It can drop straight down to target now. Gotta be quicker than that, Scott. Right. No, man, look at that. $0.30. What did I say? I want 490. Didn't it give me 490? Gave me 490. Not quick enough. I mean, that's the trouble. It's the difference between, like, it's got these targets back here, right? The initial target is up there where I've just printed, but it's got all. It can come down to 350 on this. It's a beautiful play. But SOUN is going. That's an AI plate. So it's just down a little bit. This, grab it. So the trade could still be on. It's just the first target's kind of off. It needs to come back up here to 480. I'm going to put an alert up here. God, it alerted me to that level in any case. So CCTG as another alert on. See if we can't get it. Otherwise, I have missed it. So this is a close, right? If you close that underneath these stair steppers, that's obviously a good confirmation, but I'm trying to work out what is in the play. 440 would be my initial target. If you went green red here, there'd be a momentum play potentially, but now I'm in at 450, risking 30 cents to the upside now instead of being bang on in there on the upside.
Sound.
Sound, I'm not so keen on shorts, to be honest, because it's an AI play and there's got a huge amount of sell side liquidity up there, so I'm not so keen on shorting SOUN. There's a benchmark sitting up there as well. Let's put an alert and see if it gets up there.
Sound.
Okay, first target on disappointed on that. First target on CCTG. Hit. Let's cheer myself up and go to IMRX. Okay, that's kind of meandering. Oh no, not IMRX, FWBI. Okay, so not being able to crack that for the minute. Let's see if we can get 618 on it.
NVDS. NVD. NVDS. NVDS.
In its resting benchmark.
NVD.
Look at that. That's a nice play. We've already had the money out of that one this morning. FWBI 653. If we can get that crack there, that'd be beautiful. CCTG, I'm so disappointed again with myself because I just couldn't get filled. If I was a little bit quicker, I could have been in there. But right now, just edging this pull lower if it wants a retest. You have to be careful here now because now it's hit that buy side liquidity and you've got the colour change, right? That's why you take some off at that level because we know we've got a 540 sitting up here. But now, do we get our push? Right, so now it's giving some back, but I've got a buy on my hands and a sell on my hands, right? So buyers are in at this level. The question is, are they going to get paid and where to? So buyers have just been confirmed at the moving averages in a buy side liquidity pool that they don't know about, but they've just taken the red to green move. They've just confirmed at 460. If they start to get paid, that was nice to 575. They probably wouldn't take profits there though. And then can we dump is the question. If we can flush off that level, that would be really nice. Now we've got a VWAP play, right? So now we've got sellers coming in on the VWAP to sell the VWAP. Is that a play down to 416? The volume on this thing is 2 million. Sorry, the volume on this thing is 3 million. The float is 2 million, which means it can super rocket if it wants to. So now the VWAP sellers are in. No, I'm just acknowledging. So generally, the benchmark gives me a bias, Hanish, right? So if I'm at a benchmark 2, my bias becomes short, and therefore I wouldn't. I'm anticipating that the buy side will fail. So at the moment, I'm not at this benchmark. I'm at a sell side liquidity pool. The benchmark is up here. It's already tested in pre-market. They can go and test that again. It's a 2 million float. They can go supernova, right? But at the minute, because I've held in that pool and I've come off and the benchmark was hit earlier, I'm thinking this is just a retest and that this will at some point break today. So I'm acknowledging where other traders would get in on the moving average play with the colour change and hoping they get stopped because there's further, there we go, because there's further liquidity down here at, at 439, which is probably, some of them would have been stopped already. If not, come down to 433 and you'll stop them all. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I don't class this as a stop hunt or a stop run. I class it as the fact that they don't know the depth of the buy side liquidity there. Yeah, they if they're not aware of it, they don't know it. If my bias was long, then the answer is yes, that would be ideal, because the more people in the play, the better. So but let's say for the minute we'd just broken out of the manipulation zone and the benchmark was all the way up here at $8, then I'm looking to play buy side, and I will take a buy side liquidity pool. If then the buy side liquidity pool is at the moving averages and I get a colour change, we're all going to go in. Everyone's going to go in. They don't know the buy side pool's there. They're playing their normal play. If I'm in the buy side liquidity pool and we get that entry, red to green, and then the tape starts shouting at me, boom, off we go. But at the minute, I would do that sell side, right? So at the minute, there would be no moving averages up here. I would class this as like a moving average. And if I'm getting a pump into it on the tape and then it stops, the fact that there is no tape for me backs up my sell. But I have fewer sellers with me at that point, I only have the hidden pool with me, which to me is edge. So this morning I've played Pixie, I've played FWBI. I'm in lack, but it seems to have stalled. Yeah, it's toying with it. Right, so look, ignored this while I was looking at CCTG. I missed CCTG. I'm gutted about that. So we didn't quite get there for this. And it's not dumping off. It is currently at sell side micro. Very's on the tape. I shorted that yesterday. I don't know if that's going to be a dead cat bounce or there's something else in it. But this, I've drawn it in down here, right? So that new high is bringing it up a level. So that's 620. So Lax benchmark was up here, right? So I know I'm playing off the bogey level. It's not ideal, but the entry was there. So we took this one. We didn't need this one, so that could be a sign of aggression, but we didn't really get the aggression I was looking for, because really that should have come even just looking at that last impulse swing. Target at 660. So we've seen a lot of them today just play out almost instantly, and that's really nice when it does it. This one wants to mess about. It's one of them you can be in for ages. There might be quicker money elsewhere, but at the moment I'm going to put a little alert above that, because I don't really want to be, if we break run, there's a higher possibility we're going to break the 7 and go to that benchmark. I'd rather be in it benchmark place. I'd rather cut a 690, look at it for 720, 750, wherever it wants to go to. That's a massive daily level.
Wimmy.
So I feel like that's where it's going to want to go. FWBI still looking like it's fake. Where's CCTG? You know? Yeah, I mean, so hit targets straight away. They're the ones you want to look for. Lax broke it. Didn't take long, did it? So that's the final area of liquidity pooling. Lax close above there. It's going to test. It's going to test up to 7.
NYCB.
Is that a close? That is a close. Alright, seeing what Lax to do is not confirmed to the downside. It's accumulating up here. I think it's accumulating for another push to the upside though. That's the difference. Another alert up here. Alright, CCTG. Down. Into its first target. There's another one down here. Much wider. You know, loads of money in that if it works its way through. But haven't got our retest of this, so that can literally just foul without me right now. There's not a lot I can do. The risk is off. Well, not a bad pre-market session so far. Anyway, what's the other one? It was MRN. Look at that one. Another beautiful play. IMRX now. If, like we were saying, if you look at any decent time frame here, this is the daily trend line. Yeah, it popped and we got it. Sorry, I didn't get it. Sorry, it popped and the benchmark caught it as a short, but I didn't get filled. And it ran away so quick. There again wasn't a lot I can do about it, so I'm pretty gutted about that. I've caught 2 this morning out of
NYCB.
Decent plays, and this one, like for me, that is it. If you was in this trade, you'd be big greedy, hanging on for anything else and hoping that the daily trend line is going to break. But that's the resting pool of liquidity. We are attempting below it, so. Yeah, for me, again, this is what I was doing with Pixie and FWBI, is just holding those stair steppers. If it continues to, fine, you can go with it, see what you can get. But that's, for me, that's the best you can get on one of these plays, taking that whole buy side out. LAC 573, still toying with the idea of pushing here at the moment. But it is backside of quite a positive move. That's holding 50% of its gains, so we'll keep clear. So here was a couple of those buy side orders, those color changes, but I had my level below. So again, just as they got into profit, they got stung. If they didn't have their stops at the lows, they could have got a target up there. But you know, if they're looking for new highs, they still the initial.
Wimmy.
Okay, you're using the colour change
Wimmy.
and the stair steppers backed up with the tape to help you confirm the trend. Right, just Anish, long or short or either are you talking? Because I'll predominantly short these stocks, but yeah, I think you want to know about the long side. So what are we talking about? You got a preference, or are you talking both? Either. All right. So the colour change and the stair steppers backed up. So I don't use colour change at the stair steppers. The stair steppers are a confirmation of entry. That's a benchmark thing. Yeah, so do I. So for me, that is like, it almost works out the same. So here, right? Let's say that there's a benchmark, right? There's the benchmark. When I'm playing a benchmark short play, the confirmation, it's a bit like AJ's moving average, right? It's a bit like, so my confirmation is kind of the close below, close or clear candle close, whichever you want, below the stair steppers. So for me, that indicates the trade is on. Now you can short that level at what would be like 460-ish, but my textbook play for that short isn't anything to do really with on the short side, like as you're saying, I think that's me analysing the market as to whether or not I stay in a trade. So I should take that off, right? So the close below those stair steppers is kind of confirmation that that momentum has just run out. If I'm at a benchmark, I know there's a higher probability of time that I can get a pullback to that sell side liquidity. At that sell side liquidity, I'm looking for rejection, whatever that looks like. It could be a push above and a wick. It could be like a pin bar and close below. It could be green to red. Obviously here we get green to red, green to red. So yeah, anything in this pool of liquidity up there that is rejected, or it could be just simply a close below the liquidity pool that you go for. But any of those would get me into the short. What I'm saying here is, and the way I analyse that short if I get in it, right? Let's say I get in the play here. Let's say I get in the play here, the close below the stair stepper. So that's kind of, it's not as aggressive as limit ordering 530 just before the benchmark. I'm waiting for the confirmation, which is the close below. But now if I get in this trade now, I'm thinking to myself, right, what's the next thing that's going to happen? So these blue trend lines is the next thing that's going to happen is if I go red to green and close above this red bar here, which I do on this bar, that price action there sees longs come into the market. Yeah, it just does. It's a bog standard entry to long is that close above that candle. In fact, it gets confirmed at a better price. It's here. Red, green. That's the cute little setup that you've got. And I like that setup, right? If you just do anything long side on any other stock, not small caps or whatever, or futures, whatever, that's the play I like. At the moving averages, red to green, retail will come with you. And that's why you get the push. But what I don't know about is the hidden pull, right? So they don't know. They're just trying it out for new highs. What I'm saying is they've got to work through this liquidity. That trade will only work out if they can get and close above that liquidity pool. If you're just popping in and popping out, that's not going to work. Because one, they don't know the benchmark is there, and two, they don't know the liquidity pool is there. So all I'm doing is managing my trade. So if I'm in here now and I've taken a small position, I'm like, okay, what have we got here? I've got retail traders that are just getting in long, which means I'm going to take some heat. So if I'm going to take that heat, I'm now saying, right, well, I can add only if my liquidity pool sell side holds. So if I close below that then, either on this bar or this bar, now I can add. But now I'm assuming these guys are going to get stopped. Right, their stop's going to be sitting right down here. And that's it. I'm saying benchmark, that's my edge. Liquidity pool foul, that's my edge. Close below, I can add if I was already in here, or I can get in a decent position from this close. Because now I've got a close below the stair steppers again, and I'm off a liquidity pool. Now I want those guys to get stopped. What's going to happen is the next time they're going to want to get in is these moving averages. So let's see what happens there. Right. So here, I don't get red to green. Right. It does not confirm and it drops off. This is kind of arguably a miss the way I've drawn that potentially. So I'm anticipating red to green anyway. So here's red to green. I take some heat. Only to the most recent sell side so I can stay in. Expect them to get stopped. It's debatable whether they do or they don't. There's another red to green here. I can still take some heat. And that is why I am taking its time, right? Ultimately then they all get stopped again. And I get paid at my target at 414. Now, if it gives me another chance, which is today, later on in the session, then that's brilliant. Although there's a VWAP play here, right? So VWAP shorts are in. This is my first target, and I'm aware of a couple of colour changes here. So exactly the same thing playing out.
Very.
Colour change confirmation here. They would have got stopped straight away or very close to, might still be hanging on in it. Colour change here. Now this is known I'd already hit it. Yeah, and I know I've got a sell side liquidity pool of the whole set of the whole pre-market that's worked. So nothing really to me is saying the edge is long, even though I know it can be. So all I've got to look at is at the minute I've had 3 colour changes coming in at my first target. So if anything, I could cover the whole lot, right? If I was in that short that was too aggressive for me to get into, I'd cover it. But if we come up here, yeah, and fail again, then that's repeating what happened. Then that's repeating what happened earlier at these highs. It's only repeating this confirmation, and we come up here. It gives us a chance to get in, you know, and does it again here. So that's it. If my bias is still short, we can double top into this. We haven't double topped into that yet, so we can double top into it. So that's why I class this as a decent play, and it would influence, okay, should target 1 be my final target? So if I was all in, if I had got in, I would be all out by now, looking for a new trade from 476 down to the 4s or down to 430 if we get it. So all these guys really, unless they had their stop right on the bottom of that pin bar, are still in. You'd think they'd give it a little bit of room. So all these guys could be slightly in the money at the moment. Now they'll think they're going to the moon if it gets up to 480, and I don't think they'll cover. I don't think they'll close, because they will be hoping for a double top or whatever they're going for. Yeah, they'll be looking for these highs at 525, 530. So that is what I think they're going for. Quick look at FWBI, because I'm in that trade. Okay, still holding that level, right? Same here, Anish. That's what I was aware of. I'm aware of that trade there that they're going to take, but they get stopped immediately. And that's all down to the edge of the benchmark. And the benchmark on the liquidity pool combined is like edge on edge for shorts. So another VWAP play. So this is just the buyers against the retail buyers against the retail sellers in pre-market. Nothing else going on here really. Coming into the end, you know, this normally all kicks off before now. Those easy plays are before now. Coming into 7 a.m, you know, liquidity switch on in an hour or so's time, hour and 4 minutes. The easy plays are kind of done for pre-market. You're going to start getting some mixed messages here. IMRX. Yeah, so IMRX, the easy play. Straight up to the benchmark. Didn't confirm, but like literally I was trying to get 740 on this. At the time I'd it was down. It was 40 cents down. Nothing I could do about it. But straight down to target. That's done. CCGT we just spoke about. FWBI, same again. Perfect play. We're in this. Just looking to milk it for a bit more if it can, because I feel like it's still pretty heavy. Just closed. Just closing underneath that kind of little trend line there. If I get that down to 6, I'll be more than happy because I've taken it from all the way up here. Also, Pixie this morning. Oh, I've still got lack on as well. Pixie this morning, exactly the same thing, except my Pixie entry was super late. So my Pixie entry was based. Oh no, it wasn't. It was super early. What am I talking about? My Pixie entry was super early. I was in at 5:35. As soon as we was in the liquidity pool, aggressive run up. The tape stopped dead. Didn't say a word after this kind of first push. As soon as I went red to green there, I was in. Because I'm anticipating that no matter where I draw this from, you know, I'm going to end up very, very close to my entry to be in the place where I want to either re-enter or stop above it. So that one I just hit at 5:35. Played it down and hung on to it until four. I took some off at 450, and then I took some off at 450 in the first target, and then I took the rest off at 4, which was second target, first level, and then it pushed down to 364. So nice, but come back to 4 now. So we're just playing with that. So lack, I'm still in lack. Let's see. This is just messing around. Yeah, so need to clearly get below this level in order to get the target down here. And VWAP, now see, this is an ideal place where I'm thinking, oh, am I actually going to get to my first target here? Because I'm anticipating already that in this area I've got VWAP, I've got these moving averages, and if I go red, green, like here we come, nice. So I'm short lack. Yeah, so I'm anticipating here that I'm going to get a push down into here, a little red-green candle thing, and here's the bullshit. Here's the bullshit. Here comes the rubbish, right? I'm in this freaking trade, and this is whipping my P&L. Just pause.
WB.
Yeah, so now this is a nonsense for the next 5 minutes or so, or 3 minutes. It's actually 15 minutes that these things can switch on for. So some pre-market switches on right now, and there's kind of a reconciliation in what's in the pipeline coming on. It's literally just switching on, and like I said, that the fact they recognise that buy side is just obvious. It's just screamingly obvious to me. What did FWBI do on this? Because I'm still in FWBI.
APLD.
Okay, same thing.
LSF.
FWBI pushed below. That's a double bottom. Now messing about. It should reside back at the price where it come from, which was 670, 669. Right now 677. Well, listen, I'm a few hundred up on that, so it doesn't make too much odds on. I'm in from up here, so
Riot.
So yeah, now obviously they're all being called out. These plays that are just whipping in. So the scanner don't mean anything right now. Oi. Yeah, so even Lacquer's, even though it popped down there, it's gone back to exactly where it was. So it's just an acknowledgement. It's just It's a phenomenon.
RX.
It's called a phenomenon. It's well aware. You can Google it. People are.
RX. Snap. AISP. AISP. Young. Hut. BTBT. Lap. MDAI. Young. CHPT. UA. NXU. Fubo. ENVX. WW. AISP. GFAI. BITF. WIMI. 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 WIMI.
Sorry about that, guys. Right, switch on. Still going on here with this bit of nonsense So back to where we were on Laxo, just waiting to see if we can't get this order confirmation underneath that trend line and get some volatility out. I just want to break this 650 level if possible. If not, I'm really happy to trade trades rather than sit here. I think what I'm going to do is go and get a cup of coffee. And I don't have the Trade the Pool live stream today. I do have some coursework to finish up. So I do have some recording to do, but I will be back. But I think that's it. I really like the pre-market session. I normally do this sitting here on my own without broadcasting it, because I like to just concentrate on it. But it went okay streaming and trading this morning. I feel like it's a little bit harder to do both for me. But with no one, yeah, with no one calling out so much analysis on a different type of stream that I do with Trade the Pool, it's a bit easier to concentrate on the trading as well. And it's a lot, you know, it's quick resolution, but also everything's not as aggressive like it is with the opening 30 minutes and the opening hour. What have we got? WIMI being shouted out. Should we have a little look at that? Just want to check on this lack, whether we've got anything in this trade. I don't know whether that's an indication. See, there's something in this, and I've not worked out yet. I know it pings down to these levels every day. If I say that's my pre-market target, that's where it goes down to. But it's not necessarily clear whether that's where it comes or it's already been there and then it goes off. I need to kind of track that data. It is just an anomaly for me right now. What did Pixie do? Actually, what did CCTD do on that? Yeah, same. Look, straight down further into that buy side. Our IMRX, same. Just utilising it. All right, WMI, last one here to quickly look up. All right, WIMI. Well, I've got WIMI on here. I've already marked this up, so this must be a small cap breakup. Yep, this is a small cap breaker. I've had this on before. So I just want to check these are still the decent levels. Yes, they are indeed. So WIMI already had an unusual volume sometime back in the past. And this is benchmark 1. Benchmark 2 is up there at $2.205. Nothing I can do apart from wait and see what happens. At the minute, you can see this has not been affected by the... Oh, yeah, it did. So I'm not going to use that. We are going to go and see where it's coming in. No worries. Once you got it. Did I, boss? I didn't. I did not. Do you know what? This is so bad and unprofessional. But at midnight, that was 1 a.m. my time, right? On midnight, I was still there. I was still with it. And I woke up at 1:30 a.m. on the sofa. I was like that.
ENVX.
I woke up, and you know when you just know, I'm like, looked at the clock at like 1:30. I've missed the whole fucking thing. Oh, man. Yeah, I missed it. Damn. Oh, now I'm pissed. It was... Yeah, it was one of them things. If he could do them just a little bit earlier. Midnight, I was there. Boom. Headphones on. I was ready. Then, boom. Like literally, for an hour and a half, I must have just gone out and I was gone. Yeah, I must send him a bit of an apology. But I did. I won the old effort trophy this week, did I? That's good to hear. Still putting it in. Not being phased. Oh, that's good, man. That's good. I'm glad I still get it, even though I was sound asleep at the time. Let him know for me if you catch up with him today. I'm sure you've got a line into him better than I have. But yeah, cheers for that, okay? I'll catch up with you later. I'm going to go and grab a little coffee. take a little break. Been on early doors this morning. Took some nice ones though, mate. I've took
STI.
What have I got here? Pixie.
STI.
Pixie short. You'll love this. You know the Pixie short, right? That Pixie short. 535. I was in that Pixie short. You'll be proud of me, boss. 535. And I took some off like this 4 area, this high 4s here, and then I took the rest off at 4. So 450 and 4 Pixie. Nice. And FWBI almost exactly the same. FWBI up there. Tapped into that sell side liquidity, short all the way down. I'm still in this one. Waiting for this little trend line break there. You appreciate that one. But looking at current, see if I can't get 6 out of this FWBI before we open up in an hour's time. Yeah, I've been this morning. They're quite easy plays, mate. I've listened. It's like, and normally they've been hard work in session, like really hard work. They're just grinding at these highs, and then they end up like going for it again, and then dropping in the last couple of hours of the session. So I thought I'd give it a go in the pre-market, and I smashed it for the past couple of days. So all good, mate. But I'll catch up. I'll stop rambling now. I'll catch up with you later. But thanks for letting me know. And I'm sorry I didn't make that call. And I certainly didn't know you was going to be on it as well. But either way, just fell asleep. That streaming takes it out of you, mate. Yeah, I'm sure you're well aware. That streaming, especially when you do with the stuff all the animals after, you must sleep well, man. Okay, mate, take it easy. Thanks for popping in. All right, so yeah, that was me. All right, so LAC not playing out. Obviously, the liquidity switch on's just gone to my target, right? So I don't know really what to do with that. I just feel like it wasn't playing out. The liquidity switch on just dumped right into my target. Sitting at VWAP. I don't see the edge right now. I think we're going to go for 7 on this. So actually, I'm going to get out of LAC right now. Yeah, that's done. So yeah, no, I'm gonna close. I'm not feeding LAC right now. I feel like that's a bit of a play. LAC. Right, so I'm just gonna close this LAC. FWBI I'm gonna leave on. It's at 650. I think that could get to 6. If not, I'll manage that as we get towards the open. Limit order out on LAC. Let's see. So so right now where it is now is literally a scratch. It's like $2.75 in profit here. So get rid of this for the second. So 50 on the buy. I'm gonna have to take. I'm going to take 72. So
Snap.
It'll end up being scratch. Didn't get 72. I don't want to take 81. Go on, give me 72.
WB.
Come back for it. No? Alright, so I have to take 80. Yep. Alright, that's closed. So what did I take on that? Oh, I still got my 175 up. That was nice. It did, yeah. Oh, it just dipped. It just dipped down. It just dipped down. So
I see you.
A nice morning this morning. So there's just show you that
WB.
there was my LAC trade. in there at 686, just out there at 681. So that's all good. And now my FWBI. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Louises. Yeah, as the kind of volume is severely fading, yeah, in here at 918 and all the way down to where we currently are, which we really are resting down. I am being a little bit greedy waiting for 6, to be honest, but we'll see. We will see. But that's it for the pre-market. Hope you learned something or appreciated something there. That's good, and I'll be back a little bit later. But for the moment,
SPC.
take it easy and don't risk too much on the open. All right, guys. See you in a bit.
ANNX. ENVX. 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 ANNX. 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 SPCE. ANNX. I see you. BNGO. NYCB. QTI. 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 socks, NVDS, socks, NVDS, LSF, LSF, GI, 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 RGTI, RGTI, LSF, RGTI, RGTI, Wimmy. 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 LSF. Wimmy. Wimmy. Re-ria. Lose. LSF, hollow, 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 LSF, hollow, 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 LSF, hollow, LSF, LSF, LSF. TCBP TCBP hollow 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 dust hollow 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 dust hollow 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 hollow
more like an upside digestion. We're pretty much been range bound between the low from last week and the high from last week. And it's looking like we are.
Can I request a 6-pack bud when passing a combine? Yes, you absolutely can. Any advice for someone who overtrades?
All right, back for the open here, guys. Sell side liquidity on SOUN just tapped into dropping off here. So it's a nice short there on SOUN. Watch the break of this level here as well. It's been tapping on it all morning. So nice break there on SOUN. A lot of noise on the tape at the moment. Ignoring that switched off for you guys at the minute just while that plays out. Target on sound would be the buy side liquidity pool just sitting here. Okay, AUD working its way out of its pre-market liquidity pool here. Okay. So looking for a push to the upside, it has two areas, right, to consider. One, where it's tapped into. So don't think it's along until we get above 342. So this is sell side. If you can close above there, you have to contend with 364 to 379, right? That's the way we've got here on AUUD. Pushing. Okay, I can switch this tape on now, it might be. So LAC was also on my radar here. There you go.
Here. SPO.
Okay, so you're rejecting off that level, so nothing to get excited about on the moment for AUUD unless we break above 340 and close. So sound is on for the short.
Very.
Very thinking it might be a dead cat bounce. Watch out for that level on AUD. Okay, did we have anything above? So this was looking at yesterday here across. Topped into that benchmark yesterday. If I can grab it and bring it across so we can see it today where it was. That was the... That was benchmark 2 yesterday. So just be aware of that. Sell side liquidity is still up here. So very could be a short up there at 280. Let's put a little alert on that. See if we can't get up there. Sellers will come in here anyway based off of this previous level right there. Did that drop? Okay, AUD is pushing. So early shorts are coming in here. I'd rather be up here at 280 to be honest. Got an alert on there with Very. Putting Very on the Trade the Pool platform. See if we can't get an entry on here. AUD will be pushing above 540 now, I imagine. Where's Very gone? Okay, there it is. AUD. Right, okay, so there, pushing above. The gap here is up to 366 if you're interested.
UNCY.
What have we got above?
Very.
No, really. So it used. So this is kind of backside. So really, just expecting a pop. Off these lows, possibly. Yeah, that's the benchmark. Where's benchmark 2? Do I draw that in? No.
Pikesy.
Excuse me.
LSF. LAC. CYTH. APL.
All right. So working out of a buy side liquidity pool, pushed up to couldn't close above there. So rejecting off again for AUD. That's a shame. Was looking for 370. That would have been nice, but still, there's a sell side liquidity pool. You're now closed below it at 332. So let's work it out. So what we're doing on sound, sorry, AUD is buy side liquidity just tacked into. Okay, so you're just trapped. So all you got to do is sit on hands right now. Sit on hands until you can get a decent close above if you want to go for that gap, or wait for the short up at up 37.80 to see if we get it. Always looking for rejection up there, all right? What else we got on the go? SOUN still in play.
LSF.
BKTI resumed. IMRX halted. I had IMRX on this morning. Okay. No. Downside. Played that to the down. That's beautiful. Beautiful trade. SOUN having another attack at this 9 level. So very into yesterday's level.
Hollow.
Shorts will be there. Shorts will be there or thereabouts right here, right now. Backside. Let's have a look. 10 minutes. Yeah, I'd love to get up there. I don't know whether it's got the legs to do it, but I've got an alert on there to see if we can. We're struggling right here, right now for those shorts. Just a little battle going on. All right. Hey. Got some light on the subject here, don't we? Let's get these back on. There you go. That's a bit better there. Let's get this guy off. There.
Hollow.
Oh, I'm on Ninja, I'm afraid, my man. Yeah, I've got no problems on Ninja.
BRLT.
So what else we've got? Very sound. RMRX is done. ANNX. ANNX bit lighter on volume. Been sitting at this benchmark all the time. It is holding. I don't really like this. It's a bit sketchy. This volume has been all morning. Literally, it is the same entry I'd go for. Thinking of a short at 650s around here if we hold and reject, which we just have done. So ANNX is there, but it's sketchy on volume. Not a lot going on there. WMI.
Lack.
Oh no, let me look at lack. Lack. Okay, so lack this morning.
Hollow.
Lack, I attempted a tiny short. I ended up scratching it. Didn't get damaged on it at all. It was $2 up on it, so not too bad. But now we've gone further in. Now there is another benchmark up there, 1050. So either looking at momentum plays here on the red to green front, if you like them, there they are. There's one there, or you are looking for another one of those to get into. At BOR, we are smack in the middle of a big daily benchmark. The pre-market benchmarks have been broke, so we could get a decent push from here. So just keeping lack on the radar for me at the moment, just to see if I see anything to short here. Okay, there's a pretty decent candle on lack now. So the confirmation won't be until under this kind of 709 area. Not hearing it on the tape now though. So SOUN, so just looking at keeping an eye on lack here. What I'd like to see on lack is if this is a top wick today.
Here.
is it? I'd love a comeback, an attempt to break it, but get stopped by this liquidity pool up here. MIRX resumed. Just seeing if we can't get a pop back to this.
CCTG.
This was not the best short. Like I say, we got into this short, so it might be an idea of what's to come, but it obviously wanted that push there. We haven't got a pull back to 750, which is where I really like. We're at 725, so the risk is getting bigger by waiting for this confirmation if it is. But right now, you're above these stair steppers. Possible short on the cards in the benchmark here.
IMRX.
Be aggressive as you like, but I'm just
IMRX.
waiting for a little bit of more confirmation here. So still where we are on this one. So still no close beneath these stair stepper yellows. Oh, another push. Okay, that's looking a little bit more bearish now. So some days I don't get a chance to get in. I miss them. I'm already up on the day after some beautiful trades this morning. So I'm just trying to keep that powder dry at the moment. But I would love a pull back to this 740, 750 area to try and get in.
CRDF.
Oh, looking nice. So now confirmed under this on a close in. Alright, so now this is dropping down a tiny tad. Not getting too much off of that. I need a little pullback here. What else have we got? SO, let's have a look at SOUN. SOUN, yeah. Play to the downside. That has dropped into its buy side liquidity pool that's sitting here. Let's see what we've got there. That'll hold before you can see any more downside.
CCTG. CCTG.
Order filled.
CCTG. 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 CCTG.
CCTG was one I liked earlier, but I missed it. Yeah, so this is that was targeted. So if this works off its lows today, there was a benchmark 2 up there. There could be a play, but I'm not loving it unless this is the lowest buy of the day, obviously, to get back up into 540 for a retest. So be careful on that. You're gonna have to beat
Order filled.
You're gonna have to get past 430. The lowest risk trade you can take now, if you do fancy along on this, is a risk in 351, but you're very backside, very downside. Look what it's done this morning. It's a beautiful entry off here, off of the highs this morning.
Order filled.
So CCTG, that's what's on at the moment. It's in buy side liquidity. This is, we can get rid of this. That's all done. Negated at the point we push right into it here. All right, so that's now the level you've got to play with. These would run forward. Okay. So LAC is working out. Didn't retest those. So still looking to see if we can't get back up.
Target filled.
Nice.
APM.
So LAC, obviously the aggressive short with no pullback, would be looking for a first target here. And for the longs to join. So there you go. It's just pushing into it now. So that is the first target on the short. There is one below it. Oh, that's a beautiful one right there. Unfortunately, no low risk entry. So that is the play. Now let's see what we get off here. As to where, oh, can't grab the right one. Yeah, so there's a gap here now between kind of 679. We'll see what it does here. Looks like it wants to fill that gap almost instantly. Looks aggressive, but let's wait and see. Right, so that buy side liquidity there, hidden pull. You won't see this on level 2.
UNCY.
Back down there now to 730. If it can do it. This is a proper momentum play right now. Almost ignored that buy side pull.
UNCY.
There it is.
IMX.
Wilson's got SOUN on it. Yeah, the gap is between 915 and 850. Yeah, did you cover on that momentum? Because that's a momentum short there, Wilson, isn't it? That little play there. So SOUN, lovely bounce off that sell side liquidity up there after what it's done this morning. So already attempted to get to the big sell side there at 1060. Just failed to get there. That's fine. Then the perfect entry back to the sell side liquidity, and it's just been meandering all day. That's the post market, sorry. The pre-market just taking an attempt at that again, and the session taking an attempt at the sell side liquidity there. So nice short there, Wilson, down there. I'm guessing you covered a little bit too early, but that's where I like the colour, even down to here at 820s. So yeah, I'd watch that candle there, but I'd just let the stair steppers manage this, any close above, and then I'd be out from there. Right, so very a bit slower off the mark here in a benchmark. Very does have more to the top. lots more room to the top. Worked its way outside, out from yesterday's buy side liquidity, and pre-market pushed, held again on the liquidity switch on, and again another push here. So there is another level up here. It's not dropping like we've just seen the drop on LAC, right? That's the kind of feel you got to get for this. It's not dropping like it dropped on LAC. You are still in a benchmark. We've got pulls and pulls of benchmarks above this one. So that's the difference between what's possibly a long and possibly a short. What we do know is Very did hold for the sell side liquidity if you wanted the short. Trouble is, it's not working out as quick for you. And the buy side liquidity in the first instance is sitting down here at 230. So in terms of what you could bank on this, you'd more or less have to go out. Yeah, it's still down here at one. That's still valid down to 197, but there could be more upside on this. So as all that sell side was taken out, right, we're just going to draw now, because if this holds again, this could be in for another short. But I just feel like, I feel like this one on Very is going to be something that you're going to need to work at, whether it's long or short. Sell side. So the market is off, right? The market is off. The market is broken. What have we got in here? Potentially one more level. It's going guns to the downside right now. The overall market. Now, if we get a pop up here to this 250 area, that could be something to look at. LAC still on the downside, so LAC broken. Buy side liquidity pulled back to it. Now looking down here for 623. Now looking for 623 down there. Is there anything I'm missing? The only thing I'm missing, right, is I've ignored the liquidity switch on. So the only thing I'm missing, yeah, that's still down there. Let's bring this up just to cover the liquidity switch on. Like that could be the first point. I don't really like that liquidity switch on, but so let's see what we got here. Spread on this is 5 cents. There's a momentum play, kind of green to red coming here. You're very late to the party if we're only looking down here for 6.30. But yeah, if you like 20 and 30 cents, don't see any reason for any other retail buyers to get in here. You're below everything. Close believe that candle is not going to be a hell of a lot of room. But that is a momentum confirmation right there.
IMRX.
IMRX back in the air. Oh no, back in downside. Momentum plays all over the place here. Every colour changes momentum play there. APM. Ooh, okay, push above benchmark 2 here. We do have intraday and daily up there. The daily sitting there at 14. So just watching how it reacts to the backside of it. So there is a close under that. Sell side pull, if it wants it, would be there.
CCTG.
Right, so if it pushes back now, let's see what it does. That's a backside, so that can, obviously it can use the backside and push above. Right, so let's see what it does right now. Does have room to 10 and room to 14 on this one. If we close above, you could get a long push. Spread is 10 cents, so be aware of the 10-cent spread. It's not just a 1 or 2 cent spread here. So that's why we wait for it. Let's see what we get. Why am I not hearing this on the tape? You'd imagine I'm hearing APM on the tape right now, but I'm not. Increasing volume. Okay, here's the close. Ah, very alerted.
APM.
Right, there goes along on APM. There goes along at 156 here, or 856. Well, I guess you're not. I guess you're 956 in the US with the time change. Right now, look. Okay, so now we're rejecting. Let's watch this now. So backside can hold, stair steppers can hold. Watch in case it flushes. So everyone's bought the pre-market high, right? Everyone's bought that pre-market high. CCTG is running also. Sorry, I say it's running. It's hitting the tape. Right, APM now off. Right, so that's the break. Now it's a case of how far can it get. I don't have too much on here. I'm just looking from the open where it might want to go.
APM.
Yeah, I think it could like 10. It could like 10. The momentum play would be red to green if we get that option. So no red to green. It's got to get through this area at 9s. It's definitely not liking that 9s. 9s is confirming right now. So that'd be a big red to green play all the while. So this is negated, right? That's negated. What you're dealing with here is buy side. It's come back down to get a buy side. Just tap the first level of buy side. Come on. So a few minutes till the half hour. So a lot of trades have been settled in that time. Just looking, I want to keep an eye on those stair steppers. I know we've got that here, but I just want to move it over so I can see these stair steppers. See if we can get a red to green move. Got resistance at that 9 level that we just kind of front run a little bit. So not hearing this on the tape. Why is the tape so quiet? Well, I'm not. Have I got? I feel like. So the tape is going quite nutty.
CCTG.
Okay, still the buyers hold. Whether the buyers hold level can hold.
CCTG.
CCTG. Working its way out. What did we say? It's working its way out of that buy side pull there. It's going to want to get up there to 410. It's going to want to go to 410. If it can break the top of that, it could go and retest highs.
CCTG.
Order filled. Order filled.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so it's NQ still tanking. Alright, so that is... They're all looking pretty good. I just got 3... Oh, Topstep. I got Topstep, just past 3 Topstep evals. I'll get them live. And I've got 3 Apex evals on the go as well, which I'm halfway through 3. Halfway through 2 and a third of the way through the third one, and one I haven't touched yet. So, but that was $400. I could have taken so much more out of that, but obviously trying to do 2 things at once here. Now, APM. Lack straight through. Lack's going to 630. Shame about that play on a miss. Didn't get a decent enough entry in there. That would have been close, but no cigar. And certainly a beautiful momentum play in hindsight. Looking at that momentum play right there, that's beautiful as well. Should have taken that risk on. APM. Oh, jeez Louise. What did I say that didn't have a lot of volume? Straight off the sell side liquidity. Look, you know, still super sketchy volume on this, but look, 650 all the way down to 595 out the gate. If we can, if this is going to continue to do this.
CCTG.
Another opportunity would be there at 625, all right? See if we can get back to that. Nothing else above, so above that supernova. Now back to APM. What's going on APM? So APM still struggling up here at the highs. So yeah, still struggling at the highs, still holding this buy side liquidity pool. Has not come down to 755 in this drop. Yes, so obviously it was here up. We're now using it. So 760 a possibility here. If we want to go higher. So this is not rejecting hard. All right, here we come for the 760. Does it want 760? So it's gone for the middle, not gone for the bottom right now. I'm rejecting out on APM. So remember, there are sellers here. The buy side liquidity is holding. So will the sellers get squeezed? Are the sellers going to get squeezed? So the only way we can really tell, and it's happening very, very quickly, is that drop right there. You're banging sell side, right? So we're fighting. There's just a little punch up going on between these buyers and sellers. A push above this 860 will see us run. Still got nothing on the tape. What is going on? Have I? All right, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm keeping an eye on it. There's a push out there. All right, yeah, no, nothing on the tape. Nothing on the tape. Last was CCTG. So I'm looking at what we've got here. We've got prices pushing higher, but at the moment I'm seeing a kind of volume divergence. This one was a pop, so we're seeing divergence from this latest push here to what we've seen previously. But I'm not always convinced by that. So I'd always wait for these pulls to break. They're still giving a little bit of time, not dropping off like some have. I don't like PRST. What's it doing? I thought it was just finished. Actually, I'm not looking. I'm going to wait for this play here. Oh, too late. It's gone. Yeah, it's 50 cents. I mean, you're going to get it. Did it get benchmark?
CCTG.
Yeah, it's been there before. Bit of a dead cab bounce here.
CCTG.
If you are interested in PRST,
CCTG. CCTG.
yeah, it could retest just that level there. Ultimately, the reason you're getting congestion is this level because retail shorts are still sitting in here, right at that level. So just congested. Not bothered with PRST. CCTG. ARM thinking about it, right? ARM's thinking about it. Right, CCTG has hit that bias, that sell side liquidity now. So now it's whether or not this is just wanting to run and retest the total, or whether or not this is just a short from the fours, you know, for 360, something like that. Let's see how that plays out. Let's get this off the 5 minute and get it on the 1. Yep, so that is a pin bar, or it's a 50% rejection here, but still holding on CCTG right now. So potential short coming if we can confirm. Got to look at where the money is here. Still looking at ARM, still thinking about it. There might be a pop or drop here. Right, buy side held. This one, there we go. Right, confirmed. Not confirmed to the close, but yeah, it's clear what he wants to do. CCTG is going high. I don't need to do that. I was just about to say it's holding buy side levels. The next one would be here, but now we're all the way up here. So we'll continue to move that up as price moves up. Buy side, still looking at ARM. Still looking at ARM. All right, so whoa. What have I missed here? So let's take this. Got to check from these highs. One sec. Make sure I've not missed anything, because last time I was looking, it was an hour or two ago. Yeah, okay. So this is the most recent swing. If we break this one, that's from the whole pre-market. So this one from this swing, it's broke it. That is an indication it wants more upside. That upside, look, all these highs, all these previous highs, see them? You're going to have short sellers come in here.
CCTG.
Short sellers will see this as a backside of pre-market and they will want to short. The question is, do they want to retest the benchmark? We've got 505 up here that didn't get held. And all we're going to do is wait and see if we get that rejection. So if we was to look at kind of benchmark plays on this, wow, come back. ARM seriously getting close to pops and drops. Come on.
CCTG.
Right, throwing these on here for the minute, right. So if we're ignoring everything, which I don't, right, but if you're ignoring everything, that would be the play. This benchmark, or up here at 6 would be new highs, but it has done its benchmark too. So let's see what it's got. If it closes above here, it's going to go for the next one. There's gaps. That's why you're seeing it stall at these levels a little bit. But at the moment, the momentum plays to the upside. This is the last level of liquidity at 460. CCTG, right, I'm going to leave that there. So 5. This could go to 540, and then there's a gap to 640. Bam. And there's a gap to 640. Else, I'm looking back at APM right now, right? APM. So APM stuck between buy side and sell side right now. A break of 864 and close is going to go to the upside, and a break of 753 we're going to go down. So let's see what we've got here. Still nothing on the tape for this. So the activity that is going on in APM, we can see here, look, Right, all these in between orders, they're all market sell orders in between the price. These are big, huge numbers, and look what the price is doing, absolutely nothing. See these red ones? They're sells that are on the level 2 that you can see that are getting filled. Everything else is in between. So that's where you're getting this hidden pool of liquidity that is not moving price right now. Thousands and thousands of shares on APM going through. Now, what is going to happen is we're kind of not sure at the moment, because we know we've pushed a benchmark. We've tested the backside of the benchmark, so we know upside it could be preferable right now on APM. And we won't know until we've broken that sell side. So we're just... there you go. Okay, so it's buy side. Now look at them come through. Look, watch the pop, watch the pop, watch the pop. Okay, rejected now. Okay, so that's rejected, that level. 9 is the round number. Now, was that all they wanted? Let's see. T's are short. Buy side liquidity here needs to fail. Otherwise, the teaser will be off the cards. So they've just come back down into exactly the same point of liquidity that they grabbed before. Watching the tape. Let's grab that tape again. Right, see, it's slow. Those big orders have slowed down now. Right, so now can we kind of close beneath this liquidity pool? Right now, 8's being defended. Right now, 8's are being defended. My preference is still, you know, we've still got room up here to 10. Sure sign of kind of something not working out. Yeah, you've definitely got room up there. Very, very. So very, put again, another one that's broken its sell side liquidity, pushing for a pool up there. Very, also has 310. It's got chunky benchmarks up there. CCTG also being called out. That's in its liquidity pool. Break above 560 means it wants the next level. That is sell side liquidity. Oh, we've got confirmation on APM. That's testing the very, very low. The very, very low of that liquidity pool. Look at this. This is, if this is still backside, you've got to watch out for this. So sell side in a sell side pool now. Sit on hands, wait for it, wait for it. You know, this is not a great play with the room that we've got down here. Actually, I need to move this up because we've gone higher and may have moved. Yep, so now we're sitting at $4, the round $4 mark. Else, if we break up here, it's going up. So no shorts until this can confirm. What's halted? APM? I keep saying ARM. It's APM. APM halt at 12 minutes past the hour. Bit of lag on that noise there. But so I am short, and we have just been halted on a short. CCTG is pushing now. So this all becomes negated, right? It can whip down and close below, no problem. But in terms of the liquidity, it has gone. So anything now in terms of sell side liquidity is above. Else, you're just going to get sellers come in just above. What's our pre-market high? Pre-market high still up there. If it wants to retest 540s, that comes aligned with the benchmark here. So just waiting and letting these pools tell you what's the right thing to do, right? Momentum. Remember, the closer below here becomes more bearish. So momentum play was here on the long side. So close above there, right? So here comes the shorts on CCTG. So didn't quite make it to that sell side. In fact, what they used was this one. Oh, it's almost pretty side, but didn't. There you go. There's the short in below that level at 444. Target of 4 first, and then it can play down into 3s if it wants. But we know these sessions, got to watch this for a play out. It may not be finished, right? But essentially, that does not necessarily mean an all-day fade at this point. They have. The pattern has not been doing that this year. So APM still looking at what we're going to resume. 17 and 48 seconds. So another couple of minutes there. on APM to wait. APM I'm short. Yeah, so I'm short. 780. So literally on that low just before it tanked. All right, not long here. Let's have a look at this CCTG. All right, so let's have a quick recap. Sound. So sound down to its target, right to the very bottom. So a nice play there from 10 all the way down to 780, and now working its way out of the buy side pool. The target for longs out of that pool, if that's what you like, is going to be there, 930 to 950. That's the sell side.
CCTG.
48 seconds for APM. So very heading up there. Okay. So very heading up to sell side liquidity. It's got loads up there. Don't want to get too eager on that very. That's just they're stepping up there nicely. I don't want to play the sell order. I want to play an alert. CCTG. So momentum play now on CCGT. A momentum play if you want to go for $4 from the 430. That's the momentum play. I'm not getting in that. I'm in my APM, but there is the momentum play. Right, here's the gap down now. So the first target on APM, you're going to get short. You are going to get longs coming looking for colour change down here, so I'm aware of that. My target would be 670 on this. Dang. Buy side. So my target, flush down to 670, 650 would be beautiful if it happens instantly. You will have people looking into buyers here. Nah, come on, man. I know they're there. I just don't want to believe it there when they're there when I'm in a short, right? So this level now extends lower. That level is negated. It's not there anymore. It's a new one. New one based off this latest swing. Sell side. There you go. That one is negated. This is the new one based off that new. Come on now. Let's push down. Get this flush. What else we got below it? Anything below?
Very.
Yeah, you could have some more. Yeah, we could fade down. This is still here, right? So could written on it, but let's concentrate on first target at the moment. What have we got? Can we get a flush now? Right, so retail's looking for red to green. And they haven't quite got it yet, unless they was including this as a, whatever they wanted, a wild card basically. But they will be looking at this level to get long. You will see some traders coming in. I'm looking for a flush right now before that happens. All right, so just watching this at the moment. So nice entry up here in the 80s, 780s. Looking
Very.
for a momentum flush down here. Very's got something on the tape. Just going to manage this though. Quick switch to Very. Very still pushing into that sell side liquidity area now. Let's see what that's got. Another area. Going to follow this up now just to see if it flashes. I'll be on it. APM. Okay, just looking sell side, but this area is going to get some. They're going to see some activity here. They're looking for that color change. What we want is there's the color change. If it closes above, that's a color change. Got to close above 728, 730 to see buyers come in. What I wanted was to flush down to 673 before that happens. Otherwise, you have to let the buyers come in, and we're then banking on whether or not they get stopped, essentially, because we've still got this sell side area up here that those buyers could get paid to. The only difference is they don't necessarily know it's there. And if they're not taking off profit at the high of day, then they are going to potentially come back and get stopped. But I'd rather the flush now. I'd rather take 670s, 650s and not have to deal with that. So with that in mind, now it's going to change colour, is it?
CCTG.
I don't know whether the stream's back. Is the stream back? If someone give me a Y in the chat if the stream's back. Just lost upload there for a second. I'm on a backup connection. I'm not feeling like I have got it back. Anish, thank you very much, mate. Cheers, appreciate that. So we are back. Sorry about that. I am on my backup satellite internet, which downloads fantastic. The uploads pretty crappy. So, yeah, if the video's glitchy, color change, wouldn't argue it was a close above, but I still reckon the aggressive traders would have taken that as a long. All right, I've missed something. What have I missed? Something on Very. Oh man. Okay. Man. All right. So what can you do? Internet dropout. You know, the only thing you can hope for now is if you want to get in, it's higher risk on a momentum play. I would want a color change. No, I'm not. Would you believe it or not? I'm just outside London, England. So, no, it's not really. It's a private road. It's not that it's remote. It's that it's private. So I don't get cable because whenever it was installed many years ago, the whole road had to agree to have the whole road dug up, and if the whole road doesn't agree because it's a private road, then it doesn't get done. And in any case, that's what happened. And now they're reaping the benefits because the service that we have got is really crap. So just seeing if that's moving down. Yeah, so I had to go wireless, right? 4G and 5G, because the mast is literally just over there. It's literally sitting on top of a fire station, line of sight to my house. You know, literally, I don't know, I'd say about 1,000 meters away. So upload and download, super fantastic. But that mast has gone down. Okay, looking out for Very, I want to pull back to 275. Otherwise, if you get a close below this green bar, you have a momentum play on. Watch out for that green bar, close below 261 there. You can see it come down to First target, here it comes. Oh, come on. Right, first target, 254. If you can hold, then by all means, you can hold. Right? Don't let my tie. You can take it off at the pool. You can use the stair steppers to let it carry it down. You can use, so there'll be another one stacked right behind it, right? So you've got a whole area of liquidity all the way down to 235 that they can come down to on this. So if they can clear APM, like that's where you are. There's a short on Very. If you like Very, there's a momentum play. Otherwise, we're waiting for a pullback to 274, which you may not get. APM is short, and it's coming into its first target here to take the best part of this trade off. Just seeing if we can get another push down to 640, 620 before it does it. But this is the area we need to consider taking most of the position off. Just giving it a minute, see if it can hold the 50% of that bar. Just looking to see if it can. 676 can hold. Can 676 hold? Another push down might be good. All right, it's definitely stalling there. So I'm gonna another push down. Come on, that is still 69. Come on, 70, 68, 69, being defended. Come on, you know there's liquidity down there at 630. Liquidity down there at 630. Nice little flush. If not, all right. So I've got it all down here. Cover some off if I can.
CCTG.
No, I'm out of that. Okay, so that's my target. I'm out of that. Just get rid of this quickly before that gets filled.
CCTG.
Okay, so APM covered for me in its entirety. That doesn't mean you can leave some. You can leave some on. There's plenty more liquidity where that come from. There was a 14 above here. Yeah, that's the only reason I cover is if I was up here selling 15, then obviously it's a lot bigger trade. There's a lot more room to fall. But I'm just aware that we could work today. APM, FWBI, LAC, Pixie. Yeah, trade 4 or 5 today. I don't know. But listen, look, you can use the stair steppers. Keeps momentum. So long as you've got the stair steppers, the only difference is 63 to 98 is obviously a close above those. Anywhere in those continue for momentum trade. What happened on the Very trade? Okay, there's your Very trade as well paid out. There's your momentum trade. Got you here with Very. The momentum trade there was the close under 61 to short. 61 down to 52 is the first target. You're looking for red to green on the buy side. Those buyers are looking for red to green. What we got above? This is one with plenty above, right? So you're looking now. Still the same place, believe it or not. I can't believe we've not come down. So that's the aggression of that move, keeping that pull up there. Oh man, right. So busy. What's HPCO?
HPCO, BMR.
Not loving the volume on HPCO. Don't like that.
BMR.
Yeah, it is popping, but okay. So APM. If you're stair stepping, still in. If you're not, I'm out anyway. So, so red to greens are going to have another attempt. We're in that area. VWAP. They're going to be looking to see what they can get out of this, if anything. So
IMRX.
Right, so another red to green potential. See, that one didn't get closed out above the high. This one Well, is it closing? Looks like it's going to close. 30 seconds for it to make up its mind as to whether they're going to join us here. This is not a bad trade, right? If Ferry's going higher, this is a beautiful place to get in. You're at a benchmark, you're at moving averages, and you're at the VWAP, and you've got the colour game that these guys are playing. Do you know that entry's coming in? The aggressive guys are already in, not waiting for the close. Wait for the close and see if it comes in after them. Right, there is the close. Now, they're going to do that and see if they can stay in the trade. We know there's more depth to this liquidity pool, right? So that's the difference. So there's two things we know. There's more depth in this liquidity pool down to 244. They would class that as stop hunt. We've also got a 273. So if they're just getting in now on the close at 261, they're going to want more than 13 cents. They're expecting new highs, and they may well get it because there's room up here at 350s. But now is kind of make or break for them. They've just entered their trade. If we come down and grab this liquidity now down to 244, well, they're going to feel like they've been stop hunted. All right, we're good. Just have a quick look around here. Nvidia, best execution targets to the buy side at 875. Go.
LFMD.
All right, so just seeing if this very trade is going to play out. What's APM doing? Still stair-stepping down? Okay, thinking about working its way out. Now, the only difference is here, you are not with the ultimate trend. Everything's kind of curled over and bent down now. So everything's pointing down. That colour game that they aggressive traders got into there are now stopped.
LSF.
So now we're playing we can play the colour game out of here if you want. Now, I don't think it's something for me, but there is a trade potentially up there, right? So this is now red to green out of a buy side liquidity pool that I'm not hearing on the tape, to be fair, and would have to work its way now down here. So the pool moves with the price. So the pool's now sitting here. So now, like shorting, okay, as is CCTG working its way out. So see, these guys have got these. Sorry, there's the momentum trade paid to the downside. Where's that color game first hit? So red, green, red to green. Right. So there was the first colour game, that area there, at the moving averages. Delete. So they have also probably been stopped and taken out. Now you have the colour change here, which is, for me, if you're going to do longs, that is the one, the confirmation above 409. So the 409 have got up to the 430s, so they're thinking, okay. and they are holding their trend line, and they do have targets to the upside. So that's not a bad play, right? They've waited, they've not chased this long, it's come back, they've got in, and they deserve to be paid to a certain extent, right? So it's a good trade. Is the sell side liquidity that they may not be able to see? Well, don't know how they would, it's hidden. But is that going to hold things for us? So a push up here for us is like, okay, a break above here is going to be potentially more to the long side. Pre-market levels are up here at 534. So if you're looking at it, would you say it is front side or would you say it's back side? You don't know because you're trapped between two liquidity pools, right? It's just, you just really don't know. All you know is this buy side liquidity got taken out on the open, only to come down into the bigger buy side liquidity of the whole move from yesterday. Now that has worked. At this point, this has also worked.
HPCO.
Anyone that's playing the colour change game got stopped initially, then got paid a little bit, and now is involved in VWAP shorts. That's it. That's where we're at. So can VWAP shorts bring us in to, that was a halt on WHLRL. Not looking at that, but yeah, you can come down into 370s. Let's see what that does. So this could work its way down and pick up 380s. Any longs at that point would also get stopped. Like I said, not that hunt, just because there is more liquidity down. It's just bouncing between the pools all the time. And obviously we get involved, right? Quick look at NVDA. Lost my trail of thought on that. Quick look at NVDA. So NVDA, these are red ones I've marked up quickly earlier are best execution. I didn't. Right, so there's a best execution level there and a best execution level here. So all we know is this morning so far, we only come down and got the buyers. So there are the buyers, and that there's sell side liquidity sitting up here at 897. If they want best execution on buyers, on sellers, sorry, for their sell orders, it'll be up there about 917.30s. Thereabouts. A bit like this is thereabouts, right? So these are yesterday's, so not really anything to do with it. Yeah, so there or thereabouts. If Nvidia wants downside
HPCO
for the rest of the day, so if that sell side liquidity holds and it doesn't go for best execution on buyers, that's going to bring us down to two areas here and here. So that is what I would look for. And these guys are benchmarks again, similar to what we do on the small caps. APM? No, I'm all out. Yeah, I'm all out of APM. Yeah, so that is what I've got on NVIDIA. So essentially, the best execution levels, all has been executed there. So that's all I'm normally trying to do on these trades. We're looking at this a bit late because now we're kind of well into the session. But the first kind of half hour, I'm looking at where are the business that's going to be conducted in terms of client orders. First of all, don't really necessarily want to be involved in that. If I did want to get involved on it, it would be longing from here. from somewhere around here. And as I got that low at the bottom, I would be dragging that in and saying, does the buy side liquidity hold? And you get a pin bar and then it comes up. So that would be my trade. My target would actually be up at 897, but we can see the VWAP is holding Nvidia at this point. So I would just carry on tracking the swings. So buy side held, that's fine. And buy side holding currently. As soon as one of these fails, we can start to work our way back down to the benchmark if it has it. All that means is they don't have best execution sell orders to execute at those prices, and meaning clients are essentially happy for a lower sale price today. So make of that what you will. So that's all I'm looking at the moment. Is you do have, again, the same players and the same game that is on here is at the moving average, green to red close. That's a sell there. Same again, that's a sell there. So we have sellers in. Sellers are getting paid twice at the moment. And in terms of the buyers, each buy side pool is holding at the moment, and each sell side pool would be failing, right? That's got to happen. You can't have buy sides continually holding and sell sides hold. Well, you can when they go sideways, when there's no movement. But if you're kind of in some sort of trend, in a trend, that can't happen. If you've got a buy trend to the upside, your sell side, your buy sides will hold, your sell sides will fail, and it's the sell side fail where the injection of speed of price comes in, and that's lack of volume when that happens from a liquidity pool. Lack of volume meaning, like an example, if you look at APM, see these gaps in price shoot through because there's a lack of volume there. So here we have some volume, so that will balance out. You could spend a bit of time there, and then the gap, it will shoot up. Actually, APM has just done it. It filled those orders and shot through the gap to come to those there. Next big sellers up there on APM at 2016. And the gaps are here, 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 and here. So if we start going there, you could get quite quickly up to 720. Now you've got 1300 come in on the offer at 712. If they fill those orders, which you can see, but look, this is what I'm kind of talking about. When you see these hundreds, has my filter gone off? Alright, maybe that's a bit large for APM. Alright, so no, let's leave it at 1,000 because it's super clear then. If you're looking at this tape, show me where these big numbers are coming in at these prices. We've got 3,000 sitting up here. This is like 940, 71, 17.5, 155. Look at what's printing on the tape. Thousands. That is coming out of a buy side liquidity pool. The buyers may be there, right? The buyers in blue, the sells are in red. These are all in between. So that is not level 2. This is aggressive buyers, big buyers on the tape. That's liquidity providers on the tape there. The other way to look at that is here. You can see these big orders going in, and we can filter this as well. Whoa. Right, so I know we've just come out of buy side there. We've just come out of buy side liquidity. That's those hidden orders I'm talking about. You do not see them on level 2. Time and sales. Where's my dome as well? Yeah, so I'm just looking at all this, and again, I see 100, I see 10, I see there was a 1200 went in there, 250 and 100, but I'm printing 4,000. And if I change this to
SLS.
500, you'll see some more orders go through. So 700, but look how frequent is big enough. I've got 10 and I've got 372. Where's the 2,000, 1,800? Occasionally you get a buyer pop up there, 1048 at 710, 1043 at 710. Still there, so there you go. So that's it, but the rest of these orders are because you've come out of a hidden buy side liquidity pool. They're only visible on here, and because they're in between, you don't get to know whether they're buy side or sell side, which is why I have that momentum scanner calling these out at me, right? They're looking at the speed of the tape. So when this goes through, it's looking at a set criteria and it's looking at the speed. Now this is slow. These are big numbers and slow. What I want to see coming out of one of these liquidity pools, yeah, when we're coming out of it, especially when we've just done this in a liquidity pool, yeah, when I see that, I'm looking for big numbers and fast on the tape. And that's what we had there a second ago, which you don't have now. This is slow. But when you've got big numbers and fast pushing out of here, I don't know how far this goes back. Anyway, you can't see how fast it is while looking back. So, yeah, when they come out of here, that's when it kind of flushes. Now, the only other time it's really going to start to go super speedy is if it pops into one of these or it wants to break one of these, and then they'll come in again. But again, you won't see that on your level 2. Anyway, I'll stop banging on about it. That's why if I refer to it as hidden liquidity pools, that is why they come through as aggressive orders on the tape. They are not on level 2. So let's attach all this back. I'll leave this guy out because I pull this in sometimes. All right, what have we got here? Anything else going on? Not really. Not really. So, yeah, I was all out of APM down here purely because I don't want to hold through that. That doesn't mean it's not going to. That doesn't mean that this is not the high for the day. It just means, and that it could continue to fade. When the money's there, take it off the table, right? Because when you know there's higher levels, or you know what these small caps can do, they go supernova. You don't see them again for a few days, and then they come back, right? But yeah, here you go. It's rejecting off of this swing here, the gap, that little gap there. This is the one from the whole swing. If you're cutting a micro, that push up, the gap down. That's what you're testing at the moment. And I don't have the sell side calling out, by the way. Okay, so if I'm in a sell side liquidity pool, what I want to hear is silence. If I'm looking to get short, not the tape calling out. If the tape start calling out, there's more of a chance I can push up. All right, now what have we got? APM, very. Right, so very
TPST.
Ooh.
PWFL.
All right. So very still holding every buy side liquidity one. So didn't want this one. That's why you got the aggressive move up. came back to this one, sell side held. Came back to this one, will sell side held. Will sell side hold. If you break above, you can get a flash of volume coming in. You can get speed on the tape. And you could be looking off to 305 to 370. But the minute, we've just kind of negated this level by pushing all the way through it. But it doesn't mean it can't hold. So, remember I drew that? Those colour game players getting paid nicely. That is why that is a good entry on the long side. If you're doing nothing else, that's a nice entry to take.
CCTG.
All right, so very is long. There's so much above very. Anywhere between 310 and 360, and plus you've got 5. Just be careful on shorts with very at the moment. I feel like this could be the one that pushes. Unless we kind of hold here. But the minute definition for me of this stock being on the buy side is buy side liquidity is holding. Only difference right now is these two you can get trapped. What's the time? Right, so just watching this level here on very, because if this breaks, it can definitely attempt that and may attempt this. So if you're, and I think that's why I take those profits right at this level. If you're short from here and you take this trade aggressively on the close below, and you don't take any money off here, you're either sitting through this, or you are going to get stopped, or you are going to have to continually add at this level, and then you're getting in trouble the further it pushes up, right? That's not kind of a great strategy for small caps to do that. Now, here, if you were short from here and this happened kind of similarly straight away, you'd be feeling that the short is wrong. You'd feel that this is taking too long to pay out. When like small caps flush, they do what APM does, right? If that's when you're in correctly, that's what it does, and then continues to do it. So when you start working your way, if you start working your way up and you're still in and you haven't taken your profit off, then that's what that is going to feel like. You're going to feel like you've done the wrong thing, and normally that can be right. So if you're still holding kind of the top, so here's the move. We are currently holding and now closing above, right? The top 30%, let's say. Okay, so there's our trigger, top 30% of the whole move up. That is not bearish, that is front side. All right, so now we're pushing, like I said, there's the break. There's the break of the liquidity pool. That's when your volume comes in. There's the shout of it coming out. So it's not screaming at me, but it's there. And that's coming out of a sell side liquidity support the other side. So if you look at that tape, I imagine it's just slowing up there. I probably should have made that example a little bit earlier. Actually, no, I'm on APN. That's why I'm not seeing it. It's not. There we go. Here we go. See how it speeds up, and you can't tell what side these orders are. So you can see you've got some buyers on the level 2 being filled. The other orders adding up to a lot more than these Also, a couple of guys just shorted here. Here's the gap, right? So if this level fails, now there's a gap to 305. So color change here, right? There's your color change there. It's not a momentum play. That is buy side liquidity color change. Momentum plays are off these color changes off the yellows. So pinpoint 292 or 291 has held. So this is the deepest part of that liquidity pool. Imagine it as 1, 2, 3 liquidity providers. 3 banks that are providing liquidity at these levels, all fighting for the best execution of that pool against each other. And that's all been kind of used, right? I'd essentially say that is now negated. So if we push up here again, I would then say, right, there's, you know, you'd see the money come in on the tape. Where's the tape gone? You might see that come in on the tape again. So just watching for a minute. So stair steppers holding. So if we were doing momentum play, you'd be looking for the color change right here, if that's your thing. My preference is to get short. I'm just looking for somewhere higher, so a better price to sell. I don't want to necessarily sell here when I know there's potential buyers up at 3 to 370 and even 4. Right, so let's see if the color game closes here. Here we go. Let's see if that comes in. Where's my tape?
PWFL.
Just a couple of sellers, a couple of retail sellers there. Now you're going to get punished for those sales. So we do have big orders at the tape. There's a big seller at 3, 61,000 shares at 3. Let's see if 61,000 tots up in red at $3.
Very.
Here we go. I bet they pull that order and they clear right through it. 3. That's not coming down. The number's not coming down. There's no sell on the tape. 58. Reduced to 58. If this put like, oh, grab. Let's put the other side here if I can. While they're still there. Look, 62, 51, 45. Yeah, see them filled? So that's them filling those orders. It's down to 34. But we'll look at all these orders that isn't part of that. So they're still sitting at 34. This is all still going through. Some sellers there going to get caught. Now look, gone.
PWFL.
Look at all the white orders coming in. Like that is that. Oh, yeah, so that's now we're hitting up here. So you're filling that gap. That's theirs to fill. All those red orders that you see lower going through have just been like punished for what they're doing unless they're working into a position.
Very.
Still coming through. The speed of the tape here is being called out to tell me that's it now. That's a benchmark 2. Now we've got this above. Right, now it gets interesting on very. Where's my dome? I want my dome back. All right, so see how it's gone completely quiet again on that? At the benchmark. The only issue is we've got double bubble on benchmarks because of the daily
CTG.
and the intraday. So that's the only real problem.
PWFL.
So we know this can be
Very.
quite thick up here. It's pushing again. So that's a new high, right? So nothing to do. Just let it push on up, let it do its thing. Nothing confirmed yet. Or all we know is we've got a benchmark 2, right? It's not.
Very.
It's edge, but it's not
Very.
enough.
Very. Very. Very.
Right, here comes.
Very.
Right, so push up. Push up.
Very. Very. Very.
Right, so now you can't tell the size of or cut or whether it's a bid or an ask, right?
PWFL.
So there's that color game change there. Momentum broke. You're anticipating the break, right? Same here. You got paid again. Now, this is a hard bottom line. It's quite 307 down to 307 cents that you need to close up above to do that. This is still a momentum play to the upside as it stands. We know we've got a benchmark here, so we don't know if it's going to spin. It is looking like it's gone quiet on the tape.
PBM.
So, yeah, the first thing that we're going to look for is can sell side liquidity hold, or it doesn't need it. Yeah, because by rights you're going to come up here and get this
PWFL.
because in an uptrend, buy sell side liquidity gets taken out all the time. So now where have we come from? Just looking where we've come, because we've got new highs. So ultimately, your first target, you've got to use the last pull. So if we were thinking shorts right now, this has definitely got the money and the money flow at the minute.
TPST.
Buy side liquidity ball sitting there. So every time we've touched that so far, I'm short. Every time we've touched that so far, can use the backside of this though. So literally just start a position here. Every time we've touched that so far, it has
PWFL.
held as buy side liquidity. Just tapped into benchmark 2, been waiting for that one, not been getting in short, been waiting for it. Now there's an opportunity again, as we've gone lower, to see. Right, this has just come down now. Right, so now we could tap into $3 and then either break and continue up. We could come down into this and then break and continue up, or we could come up and then come down into this. We don't know. All we do know is at the minute we've rejected, no different to this, off the sell side liquidity pool. We've just done it off the benchmark, but we know we have 480 sitting up there, right, and everything in between. So we're just seeing if we can get paid to the nearest benchmark, and if it happens to smash through it, then, you know, great. So first indication is whether we need this 301, and if we do, that's more bullish than not needing it. Yeah, it's more bearish if they don't need it. It's more bearish if we keep these stair steppers just above our heads, and that's where they stay. Now here could be a momentum play, right? You're close. Yeah, so there's a momentum play on the greens, but how far can it go? So still short here on very from 299. And we've just tapped into the first side of that liquidity. Now, if it bounces off here, immediately, that's kind of bullish. If we push right down into this pool, you're then going to get the, you're going to get the color game players want to come in down here, the retail, right? That's what they're going to want. Who we got? I will get the move down. Hanish is telling me I'm going to get the move. You mean I'm going to get the move down, Hanish? I'm not convinced because that buy. Yeah, I mean, obviously we need to anticipate. If we're going to short the market, we need to anticipate that a buy level is going to break. Oh, I missed that. Sorry, man. I think I missed... My chat might have been further up if I've just asked. Oh, right. Okay, I got you. You're across so many rooms, man. Type in the right room. Who's got that stock anyway? But yeah, right here we are looking. See, the buy side's held here. Didn't come in to get second or third. Didn't come in to get second or third. Hasn't come in to get second or third, right? So it's less of a decent trade for me now, right? Still thinking bullish. There's plenty of upside to do. We've just gone with it. Doesn't mean it's going to get paid to the full extent. What you do know is should be taking some off unless we get another colour game change. Right, so now the momentum is still holding. Everything's quiet.
TPST.
Oh, where is Taquito? Where's he hanging out? I haven't heard him in days. Is he in with AK? Hangs out with AK most of the days, isn't he? Alright, so just seeing what happens here. So that not getting the total flush off of this very. And this is what I've been finding with the plays off of benchmarks in session is that they can take a hell of a lot of time to work through, and to and from liquidity pools just hang out. So there's a red to green move there on the blues. So we'll see how that works out. My preference, if I was using that strategy, would to be the reds down here, but you don't always get what you want. The aggressive buyer can get paid if we're going to the upside. So looking like that's working, right? We're just popping there now. So for me, that's going to go to $3, and the decision is a break of 305. But if not, that's fine. They can just be pops. We'll just wait and see if it plays out. But I'm still in from 289, so I'm happy to cover this kind of break even or a couple of cents down. It's not a big deal. IMRX, huh? Oh yeah, still downside. Beautiful short and pre-market. See, that's what I like shorts to do. Pre-market shorts behave. They hit their benchmark. They come off to target one. That's the obviously can't do anything about the liquidity switch on. And then look, pre-market shorts. Where's Pixie this morning? I shorted Pixie. Look, straight into a pull. Come off, target 1, target 2, still fading around target 2.
Min.
APM still toying with the benchmark. See, it's now held 1, 2, And even if we went to this one and went
PWFL.
to the aggressive up, just thinking about getting deeper into this pool now. All right. Okay, so very tapping into that buy side liquidity again, holding immediately in that first instance, that first little flush down, holding immediately now. Not hearing buyers on the tape, not hard speed buyers. What you got for me, Wilson? Hey Melissa, how you doing? Yeah, that's it. I agree with that. So Wilson's just saying pre-market and post-market is easier. Yeah, I think it's just a calmer environment. I don't, it can get a bit whippy, but and it's you can't market order in. But once you nail the fact that you can't market order in, just think it's a lot calmer to do. What do you like, Melissa? What are you into? Stocks, futures? What you got? So 280, like 280 defended once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. There's got to be a reason for that. It's right at the first level of buy side liquidity. Really expecting a pop hit up here now, but you've got to kind of try and hold it while you can. Otherwise, it wasn't worth getting in the first place. But I will scratch this trade if we pop up there on volume. Have you really? Oh my goodness.
Min.
Who's been talking? Who's been talking? Is that AK? Okay, so here comes that push that I'm expecting, right? I haven't got any protection other than what I've... you like small caps longs, supernovas preferred? Yeah, I bet you prefer a supernova. Yeah, all longs prefer a supernova, right? You never know. This might be the start of one. I've got so many levels above on this and it's holding every buy side liquidity pool, and then at some point it's the one that doesn't run. We haven't had a real one in a week or so. Hollow, I think, I would say, is the last one that really went truly supernova. $2 to $98.
IMRX.
It depends. That's what I class as supernova, right? One that goes from 2 to 30 or 2 to 100, whatever. The ones that go in 2 to 6 is just kind of, getting their warrants out or keeping themselves on the exchange. Thank you very much, Wilson. It's a method in the madness. Like it's the fact that it is. Yeah, the more you watch, I think you can see it's not necessarily. Whoa there. It's not necessarily random, is it? It's there's definitely a repetitive thing going on, and these are program trades, right? And that's it. They're program trades generally until they get to the benchmark where the purse runs out, and then generally you get a nice decent pullback and a settlement in an area before it does it again if they need to. And the only thing we can do is keep an eye on that. So yeah, down to these lows now. That liquidity pool is just coming down a little bit lower from where we was. So we've just kind of missed it, but that's good for me. I don't mind just missing it. Generally means more aggression to the downside. So let's see if we get that now. He's a good old chap, Hanish. He's a good old chap. Thanks, Hanish. So again, this has been defended so many times now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Do they even want to come down to 271 to take all of that pool, right? There's going to be buyers sitting down here that want to play that game around here. They want to play that colour change game to get long. Melissa is sitting down here waiting for that moving average play so that this final leg up goes supernova, and goes all the way to 480 in that one single trade. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. And I like these plays, right? These are plays I like. I just like them better when they're aligned with the buy side liquidity. So defended again. You can't argue with that. That's rejected off again. What else we got in play? MINM has popped up. Let's just see what we've got on MINM. Didn't type that in right, did I? MINM. All right. So this is going to be a revisit. Oh, man. Yeah, when they go, right? Yeah, that was tippy topping it. So, example on MINM is daily benchmark, big one, between 850 and 1050. We used the benchmark 2 of the intradays. Okay, so that's what we had down there. And I'm guessing we used the benchmark of the intradays, around here as well. Okay, so we used the benchmark. We did get benchmark 2 on that day. So, now the question is, I'm just watching you, Very. Let's put Very over here instead of Nvidia, so I know. Keeping an eye. Alright. So from this high to this low, we have sell side liquidity sitting here, hidden from you all.
Min.
Alright, so sell side liquidity sitting there. Now, if we bust that 916 and close above it, 925, whatever, there's a couple of things that are going to happen. You can double top, right? You can double top. No stopping a double top if it wants to. Nothing you can do about that. But I generally find if you can push and close above these sell side liquidities, it doesn't care about the double top. Just really doesn't. But then we get the gap that is sitting here that is a decent long. And certainly up here at 16s, I would look to see if we get in a short pattern. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, just from what the Nasdaq's been doing. Actually, what did the NQ? Just checking the NQ out here. Yeah, it's just not. Still sitting in that up zone, isn't it? That kind of still meandering along in this. So the NQ this morning, literally. Buy side pull, buy side pull, buy side pull, up to sell side, back down again. That's not just this morning. That's over the past couple of days. But that was what I was looking for yesterday, was that kind of Monday down here. Tuesday, again, a retest of that on a buy side liquidity pull, targeting its sell side. But yeah, all the while we're doing this, everything's a little bit slow. But the small caps generally do their thing, regardless of all that. Yeah, that was look, it's benchmark, it's sell side liquidity pull. Everything's overlapping here. Not to say there isn't room above, there is, but look what it's just tapped into. Now, just because it's done that, I'd just be tracking sell side, and I always love to get this tested, but generally it's not testing it in session, it's testing it in the pre-market. But that's where it is anyway. If we do come and get it, that 780 to 8 is a key area of will it or won't it, right? Will it hold or won't it? Lots of crime where I am in Essex. I never get it. Sorry, my bad. Comedy does it. I'm not getting it. It's very hard, isn't it? Sarcasm is tough on text, isn't it? But yeah, sorry, I get you. The sirens are for halts. GROM or resumes. GROM was halted and then resumed. They're the sirens. Yeah, it's not. I literally thought, well, A, she knows where I live, and B, she knows the crime rates. But yes, so MINM, I'm looking for this pullback. If not, are you going to get this? The next best thing is the momentum play. The momentum play to see what we've got here. But a close under. You scared me for a second. All right, so there's your momentum play. Where is the target on this? The initial target is going to be from the pre-market low to the high that just punched, and I'm going to say 680. It can work any of this level. It's buy side, it's buy side.
RMBL.
So it can work all the way through this level, but like you've just seen, I think it's on very, it can just tap 680 and then go off to the sell side, right? So that's just why I always try and take some off. Then we are looking down here at 5s to 450. If that is the high of the day. If that is the high of the day, but it looks pretty decent for it, right? It's already $1.20 off its high in a case of 5 minutes. COCH, you know I called that. You know I called that like Monday, if not Friday. Is it halting up? Because I called a short on it. 9s. Yeah, so here, was it Friday? Yeah, so Friday I called short on COCH. I said it's had a big red day, so on the daily that's a big red day. And then the next day Thursday we had a big red day. First red day, in fact, right? Huge drop, first red day. Then we pulled back to sell side liquidity pool of that drop, and I called short at 950s. Then first target, and now we're looking to get down to this 5 area, and I literally said from 950 to 5 you are good on COCH. So MINM, yeah, that is heading down now to target. I imagine target 1, is it? Yeah, so heading down to target 1. There's the momentum play there, off of what was a bulk benchmark and sell side liquidity. So it's not surprising that held. Didn't get a pullback to it for a nice sizable entry to add a nice big chunk when that holds. That's always best, because you know then when that initial, like when this one holds, you're not 100% sure you're not going to just carry on. And even here, like, you're risking more because we know we can come back to 8s when you're already down at kind of 7s. 740s, 7.5. So now we're in a halt at 704, and people just don't like sell side halt. So I'm expecting a gap down off of this one, to be honest. So MINM, obviously
HPCO.
And the reason that's a better short up there is because it's backside, right? This is on my list already because it's already done its thing. So already done all of this time. It's already hitting out these pools of liquidity. So yeah, sorry, Wilson. Let me have a look at that quick BMR. I'm just noticing that the very trade is struggling right now. It's still not putting in any profit. Well, I'm in profit, but
PBM.
not by a lot. And it's heading to that sell side liquidity. So there'll be a decision there around 306. So BMR, nice short down to the area where I think longs could potentially look for the color change down here. But yeah, nice short there.
HPCO.
All right, so now can we get a crack on Very? Looking for this to play out now on Very. Just missed it again. Just missed that sell side liquidity. Here we go. So that would be lovely to smash through this all the way down now to 260, 250, or all the way down to 222. It's up to it. See what we've got on it. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, you can continue to do it. Let's see what 263's got on a push down to here.
HPCO.
Think I might make this my last one today because I've been on stream for 6.5 hours, man, and I need to eat. So let's see. Buy side liquidity holding at this bottom of this pole. Look, it's just, come on, right there. I want it down. I want to test this one or this one. None of these. We only took the first. Yeah, APM, FWBI. Lack was a scratch. Pixie, I'm up. And Very, I don't want to turn into a loser. I can turn my camera off. My upload speed, I was just explaining, my upload speed was, let's turn that off, see if it's any better for you. It's glitching out a bit, Melissa. Is the audio glitching as well now? Does that calm down any better? Let me have a look at what YouTube's telling me. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely the upload. Till that provider comes back online, I'm going to struggle with the upload of that video. Alright, so still looking for this VERI trade to complete. I'll try and get it down to 264 and cover down here, hopefully. No red to green entry yet, but it could come on this little bar here. So if that red goes red to green, we could see some upside where it would potentially come down, but we've got newer plays here now because wasn't looking at this. So this high, this low has new liquidity pool. So that pull in there. So if it's not aggressive, it would just be standard to come back to 290 before it went to new lows. If it broke 290. There's a higher probability it could break, you know, it's still front side and it could go up there and test the threes. But at the minute, looking for the fact that continuation, hopefully still on our side. Cayman Islands. I wish, my friend. I wish. The money might be there, but I'm still here in England. Oh, I said too much. I've said too much. All right, so yeah, double bottom into this liquidity right down here. Don't like that so much. Red to green is possibly on again. Just considering all this on the close, you can close your eyes and hope for the best, but I'd just like to keep the monitoring on point as I'm going through the trade. But yeah, I think this, if there's anything higher to get, which we know there is, I think that's a good area to do it. I didn't think this one was great and they've all been stopped, but now this is a better area to do it if you want long. This is what I drew here earlier, right? I said that's a better area to do it. Now you've just got your color change right there. So to continue downside, the stair steppers have to hold it because they hold momentum. If it's not going to be momentum, not really interested. I'd rather take my profit now. Rather take my profit now.
GMM.
Let's see if we can't continue the momentum. I think there'll be buyers long here. Right, nice flush down would be nice to 260s. Then
CRMD.
I'm literally happy to finish this up. MINM, let's take a quick look. There you go, down to the target, straight into 660s from 820s. Is anything else greedy? Why not? You know, you could take it down to 630, 640, 630s. But those stair steppers have got a hold. Just got to be careful of these pulls. We're going into this time around lunchtime, and you could start to curl out of here, and then play all sorts of games until kind of 2 p.m, 1:30, 2 p.m. So much prefer to get these out of the way pre-market or in the first hour and a half of the live session. What happened to SOUN? That was short earlier. We still popping? No, yeah, look at that. So these are the ones you want to get. This is why I like that colour game. Right? So straight off the liquidity pool on the open, bang, took another hit, bang. You know, we can get it. You can get into the close there. You can get into the momentum play here. That's why I like the momentum play initially, not later on in the session. And
LSF.
And each one of these that come close to these red moving averages here, every time it does that, you're just pretty much good. Because there's so many people playing those plays. Now the difference is when you're playing it down here, I drew a liquidity pool in down here to the downside, which I don't normally do. But yeah, so you're kind of tacking into a liquidity pool to the downside, a benchmark to the downside, sorry. And you're deep into this level now. So I guess you'd kind of be hoping that there's more trouble for SOUN. Yeah, so you also have 650 down here. But it's an AI stock. It's popular. And yes, it's got to its benchmark 2 here this morning and punched above it. But yeah, it's just keeps rearing its head, this one. MRX is beautiful short this morning. Pixie, beautiful short this morning. Let's get it back down. Pre-market short this morning. Pixie's done this afternoon. It's resting in its buy side liquidity. That's why I kind of first one, if we can get through, that's fine. But the resting one, don't want to be sitting in that, do you? You want to have already taken your money and gone to lunch. What else was there? FWBI, same. Short pre-market, first level, second level resting. This is just done. NVDS, I didn't do that. And that has broken above. It's got a benchmark. So keep an eye on NVDS. It's got a couple of levels above it, around 1430 to 57 and 1330 to 1365. Right, if we punch up there again, yeah, just you could probably color game this. Let me see. So we tapped into this once and we've closed above it, right? So anything above this 3 kind of close above 28.30. Basically a double top, isn't it? Close above there. We've got this above. So be careful, you know. Ideally what we've got holding here. And again, from the opening move didn't come back for its buy side liquidity, right? So that becomes, actually, let's go with the high. That becomes your resting pull for the session. buy side. And then you'll see, you know, it didn't come back for it. That first pull back didn't come back for it. So you start tracking kind of each of these. Now this one didn't really hold. The VWAP play, sometimes that VWAP takes control. Now these ones all hold. And again, there's a more recent one. So that sell side liquidity is holding right now. And your buy side is sitting right here. So, and admittedly, if we took the whole swing, because we have micro and macro, it's just below, but essentially little level there that you might have to look out for. But the key point is we've just dropped into that buy side now. So do we ping off, break 325 and go for highs, in which case you can think of playing the colour game down here to go from red green, or everyone else might be better down here, which is where the bottom of the other pool is, right? If I was up in this level here, up here at kind of 13.5, a little bit spike higher, I'd be more comfortable with a short. Trying to see where the sell side liquidity might be. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's why we're kind of stalling out them on NVDS. If anyone fancies a bit of NVDS.
CRMD.
So NVDS has a sell side liquidity pool right there. So benchmark just above it. So it can pump into that, grab it. It's got another one up here, so be careful. But it's got a lot to contend with in this 13 area. So, yeah, that's all I'm looking at now is, yeah, see how it's just rejected off that again? It's, there's nothing bearish about that, right? Apart from the fact that you've got a double top there. You might like double tops to play, but I don't see anything bearish here. All the while buy side's holding, sell side's got a foul, and ultimately this has all been used up, right? That went. So your sell side now becomes this drop, meaning you've got a lower sell side now. Well, a thinner sell side. So thinner sell side. So your gap is between here, and I would really not do much. But each of these have worked out so far, haven't they? So might be a potential one on here to break 1325, close above. Could see you anywhere in this block. Can I make this any more convincing? No, I can't. That's all there is. So all I would say is, if you break this 1353, which is the sell side liquidity pool, and an indication of that is going to be breaking these two in any case, right? You've already done that once, this one. That's when you might see the momentum push come in, right? And you have, if you're going to catch that, you've got to be quick at 1325. Got to be quick. Excuse me. But the real decent play then, I think, becomes hit. If that does happen, that's the gap that's going to fill really quickly, in my opinion. But right now, you can't argue with trying to look for shorts in a benchmark, right? Or in a sell side pool. So it remains to be seen. There's better edge on other plays that we've had. Speaking of better edge, what on earth is going on with Very? All right. So we have Very paying out to the next benchmark. So the stair steppers are holding it, right? So that's what I'm trying to do, is hold on to these things longer rather than getting all out of the first one. And a lot of the times, the size is big enough and you get to add. The first one's enough to walk away and be done in the first half hour. But this one's coming in now to benchmark 2. and I'll continue to see if these hold. So these colour game players offered, who didn't wait for this, got paid all the way from 266 to 3. And hopefully they wasn't holding for more than that. Otherwise they might just get taken out because this liquidity pool can go down to 260. And I think that'd be a nice average to say I'm not being greedy. But look where it's come from. There's plenty. If that's the top, if that's the higher day, and it's a benchmark, this is a very high probability. I don't know. What's your take? Thank you very much, Wilson. Yes, so see how we're tacked into that first side
CRMD.
now. So it's just whether or not this can hold and continue down. So it's all happening. APM. Oh, see, look at APM. That's why you got to watch these things. Look, I drew it in before it happened. You can't argue that. That's a nice short right here. What we got above, we do have 14 sitting up there, don't we? It's a shame we do, because if that was the only thing there, that would be a beautiful ad or beautiful short. APM. You know, when I look left, I'm kind of interested. We've done this once today, haven't we? Yeah. Alright, just done a little starter on APM because,
CRMD.
for anyone that was waiting for that patiently to come back, not that they know this is here, right? But for whatever other reason they've got, what reason could that be? Wick tests of these lows, I guess, to short. Anything like that. But ultimately, I'll add that in, and then the key is, oops, a daisy. So the key is, oh my God. Right, that high to that low is going to give me a lower sell side liquidity. So even though I've just kind of jumped in there on this red bar 764, if we come back and test this and it pings and holds under, then I could add some decent side, because there's no reason why it needs to come back, right? Because it would just continue doing that. Yeah, it could easily come back here and continue, test and foul, or it just continues up. No reason for it to do what it's doing kind of right now. Yeah, I think I'll finish it up soon, Wilson, because I'm struggling with upload and it's just killing it. Let's have a look what I can do. Right now it says it's excellent, but I know it has been poor earlier, like literally 3 minutes ago. So yeah, I'm so what am I in right now? So I'm in very short. I'm in APM short. Didn't cover very. Should I cover very? Oh, it's gone further down there. Look. Oh, I think I'm being greedy now. I'm covering very. I don't. It's just like being too greedy. Oh, nice. But that doesn't mean it's not going to do it, right? Just remember, it's very just wants to come back for its liquidity pool. That's his job. That's the job of price, is to grab liquidity and then carry on doing what it's doing. But small caps, you gotta watch them, because any one of these, it could just rest for a little bit and then start to mess around for the rest of the day. So I'm out of very. That's nice. Now back to APM. Second time today on APM. Looking to see if we can't get some momentum play. And a colour change here. We've got green. We're just going red below it. That's the first momentum play. if you missed the tippy top, so if you missed basically the close under here that grabbed this, here is the next opportunity. And I have to go from the last dip into the buy side to the top to find out where that first target is, and we're not far off. Got a huge one down below. Liquidity pool, that is. All right, so just looking for a flush into 710 or 7 on the round number. But oh, I'm gonna have that as well. I'm all out. I still think I could have more on it, to be honest, but we are in that area where we can get, look, everything would line up if we went a little bar red to green, even if we come down to 7 and do it. But ultimately, this has got room to fade. Yeah, APM, the whole move from the low. Yeah, it's just stacking. This would be the most one that I would consider holding at the minute. If anyone knows how to get hotkeys on G's for drawing these things, I don't think you can get hotkeys for templates, but my God, I should keep copying and pasting the one that's there. Thank you very much, Wilson. So yeah, nice short into there. There are not a lot of gaps other than the fact that they can use the liquidity pool itself, like work its way through. There's not a lot of gaps between them on this one. So let's see what everyone else is looking at. They joined these things up. Yeah, I mean, that there's got to be longs in there trading a trend line, surely. You're going to have, they don't know about the liquidity pool. They do know about the moving average. Their target may be a VWAP or might not be, but we're well below that. So for me, I'd still be trying to hold stair steppers if I was in this, but I am all out. So it's been a great day for me. Very happy with how I've executed. Very happy with the volatility of the trades, pre-market and in the session. All good. What you got, Deck? Thank you very much, Deck. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, you know that meeting. I don't know if AK told you, but that meeting was at kind of at 1 a.m. my time, and I was there, headphones around my neck at midnight, and then I don't know what happened, but I think something like my head dropped, and then I woke up at 1:38. So sorry about that, man. But yeah, I missed out. But thank you very much for liking the stream enough for the efforts that I've put in. I appreciate it. Cheers. All right, so that is it. I think I've got how many we got? 2 APMs, a scratch on lack. You could call it a profit, but it's $2, so I'm not going to count it. APM, 2 APM, FWBI, Pixie, and Very. Why does it look like I've got a position open? Oh my God, I didn't hit the button on APM. I thought I hit the button on APM. Right, I don't know if I can get this done right. So APM. APM. Kind of an aggressive short there. So I'm still in it now. It must be. I don't know, the universe telling me to keep it on for a few more cents, but we'll see. So APM was cool. What else did I have on? Lack was lack. Did I do lack on the other account? Oh, that's odd. Lack, I bought at 61 and out at 86. Surprising. What about PXY? Is PXY showing up? My Pixie trade? Oh, this happened the other day and I had to reboot in to get all my orders. Why does that happen? Oh, let's try this one. Oh man, I'm gonna have to log out.
ADTH.
We'll try and log out, but for the minute I can't close this APM because I've just closed my trading platform.
Pikesy.
Oh, I bet Dex just give me a shout out as well, and I'm about to wrap it up as well. God, they'll have me doing it for another 6 hours now. Alright. Right, so just trying to get that trade to pull back up. And just watching this APM drop all the way down to 650, please. What else we've got going on really? Oh, that's nice on the Qs on the 1 hour. Does that look like that on the 30 minutes? I mean, the Qs is the hardest thing,
IMRX.
or the NQ, whichever way you look at it, is one of the hardest to trade in terms of volatility. But
IMRX.
buy side liquidity pool, sell side liquidity pool from the previous day's action. So previous day's swing, right? So comes down to it, then this swing comes up to it. Still using this, but there's more to the downside. But I love those bars that come crashing down and then you get this second bar that goes down even further and then comes back up halfway. I wonder if we can hold that level. And I wonder how long for. Where's my trade? The pole gone. Oh, it's just tacked into that as well, isn't it?
PBM.
Sell side. Right, now let's see if I can see my order. That's probably wiped the slate clean though, isn't it? I wonder if that's wiped the slate clean now I've done logged out and gone back in. Let's change the account back to where I was trading on. No, it has wiped all my... I'm just checking. I would say settings, visual trading, show everything, and it's not showing everything. Well, I don't know what I can do if it's not.
PBM.
I'm literally, I can take everything off and apply and then put it back on. So I guess. So, oh, wrong account. My God, that's closed. That's what it is. Let's bring this back. Right, Pixie. Oh no, it's still, god damn her, not there. I'll bring this over. I can't. Look, I don't know. We got $1,000 in here today anyway. Either way. FWBI, Pixie, APM, Very, Lack, and Pixie. I don't know what Pixie's doing again. Oh, these are just charges, yeah. So that's that. Nothing else in there, just charges down below. So 926, not too bad. I can tell you half of that was in the pre-market. So, what sort of trade am I in still? APM. Alright, so Stair Stepper's kind of trying to handle it right now. Those, where's the colour game players? Yeah, that would have been aggressive. That would have definitely been a confirmation.
PBM.
So will they get stopped down to 684?
ADTH.
That would be enough at 684 for those covers. And that now moves down, okay, because we went lower. So this pull. So if this does pump in the afternoon, you can look to get short 770, 790, like following the rules of confirmation and rejection at those levels. But yeah, so a lot of times when you've got big guys down here sitting there like that, you can literally go whoop, 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 and everything looks the same. Right? It's just be careful. And then you can actually go, just for that, fingers crossed, it's all back very, very soon, because it's doing my head in not having upload speed and glitching out all over the place. So I apologise for that. I apologise for that. But for now, I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you for everyone new to the stream, and thank you to my original. So Melissa, thank you for coming. That goes for Wilson and Hanish and Takito if you popped in. Appreciate everyone popping in today. It's been a good session. Going to try and get on a bit of pre-market tomorrow, early doors. Maybe have a half day on Friday. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I want to try and make some money in that early bird session, if it's at all possible. Right now, the only thing I'm holding is APM, and I'll probably cover it shortly. But that's it. That's the way it's going. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Appreciate it. If you want to go and like or subscribe, that would be brilliant. I will just turn my camera on just in case I can say bye-bye today if I've still got some bandwidth left. I appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. See you later.